Sleeping Stories.
In the autumn of 1983, a child vanished from a small Indiana town, and the world was told it was a tragedy. What the world was not told was that Will Byers did not simply disappear. He was taken, pulled through a crack in reality itself, into a dimension that should not exist, by a force that had been waiting in the shadows for decades. But here is what will keep you awake tonight. Will Byers was not the first. He was not even the 100th, and the true architects of his disappearance were not monsters from another world. They were men in white coats, who knew exactly what they were doing. Netflix gave you 4 seasons of Stranger Things. They showed you the Upside Down. They introduced you to 11, to Vecna, to the Mind Flayer. They let you believe you understood the story. But what you witnessed was only the surface, carefully edited and packaged for mass consumption. Beneath every episode, hidden in the spaces between scenes, buried in the dialogue you dismissed as throwaway lines, there exists a complete mythology that transforms everything you thought you knew. The laboratory was not performing experiments. It was completing a ritual that began long before Hawkins, Indiana, ever appeared on any map. The monsters were not invading our world. They were reclaiming something we stole from them. And the children with shaved heads and numbered tattoos were not test subjects. They were weapons in a war that has been raging since the dawn of human consciousness. Tonight, you will learn why a seemingly ordinary Midwestern town became ground zero for dimensional horror. You will discover what Henry Creel truly was before he became the creature known as Vecna, and why his transformation was inevitable from the moment of his birth. You will understand the real relationship between 11 and the gate she opened, and why closing it was never actually possible. You will hear the complete truth about every character whose fate you mourned, every sacrifice that seemed random, every victory that felt too easy. Most importantly, you will finally comprehend what the Upside Down actually is, where it came from, and why its existence means that nowhere on Earth will ever be safe again. This is not a recap. This is not a theory video. This is the complete, unfiltered lore of Stranger Things, assembled from every hint, every hidden reference, every deliberately obscured truth that the creators embedded in their masterpiece. By the time we reach the end of this journey together, you will possess knowledge that changes how you see not just the show, but the very nature of reality, consciousness, and the thin membrane that separates our world from the howling darkness beyond. You will understand why some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. You will know why Hawkins was always doomed. And you will realize that the story is far from over. The gate beneath Hawkins is not the only one. 11 is not the only child with powers beyond human comprehension. And Vecna, despite everything you saw in that final battle, is not finished with our world. What you are about to hear exists in the space between official canon and terrifying implication, where the real horror lives. This is where the truth has been waiting. This is where we descend into the complete darkness. This is Lower Forge, and we are about to remember everything that Stranger Things tried so desperately to make you forget. Before there was a laboratory, before there were experiments, before the United States government decided to weaponize human consciousness and pierce the veil between dimensions, there was simply Hawkins. But Hawkins was never simple. It never could be. The land itself carried a wrongness that predated human settlement by millennia, a cosmic scar that made the soil taste bitter and the air feel heavy even on the clearest summer days. The indigenous peoples who first walked these forests knew to avoid certain areas, places where the trees grew twisted and animals refused to den. They spoke of thin places, locations where the boundary between the living world and the realm of shadows became permeable, where the very fabric of existence wore dangerously thin. The elders told stories of hunters who wandered too close to these thin places and returned changed, their eyes holding reflections that did not match the world around them. Some came back speaking in languages no tribe had ever heard, their mouths forming words that hurt to listen to. Others returned silent, their minds locked away behind walls of trauma they could never explain. A few never returned at all, leaving only their tracks leading toward specific clearings, specific rock formations, specific groves where the shadows fell wrong even at midday. These were not legends meant to entertain children around fires. These were warnings, survival instructions passed down through generations who understood that some territories belonged to forces that predated human dominance of the earth. When European settlers arrived in the 1800s, they dismissed such stories as primitive superstition. They built their homes and churches and schools without regard for the old boundaries. They plowed fields in areas the indigenous people had marked as forbidden. They dug wells in places where no well should ever pierce the earth. And they began to notice peculiarities. Compasses spun uselessly in certain neighborhoods. Mirrors showed fleeting images of rooms that did not exist. Children woke screaming from identical nightmares about a man with no face standing at the foot of their beds. Livestock died inexplicably, their bodies arranged in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. But the settlers were practical people, and practical people do not abandon profitable land because of strange occurrences. They stayed. They multiplied. They built a town. By the early 1900s, Hawkins had established itself as an unremarkable community, the kind of place that appeared briefly in state records and never in national news. But the disappearances continued, sporadic and easily explained away. A farmer wandered into the woods and never emerged. A school teacher left for an evening walk and vanished without trace. A child playing near the quarry was there one moment and gone the next, leaving only a single shoe at the water's edge. Each incident generated brief concern, perfunctory searches, and eventual acceptance. People disappeared sometimes. It was tragic, but not unprecedented. Life continued. Yet if anyone had possessed the curiosity and resources to map these disappearances across decades, they would have discovered something that would have emptied the town overnight. Every single vanishing occurred within a 5-mile radius of the same central point, a spot that would later become the location of Hawkins National Laboratory. The land remembered. Even as houses rose and roads were paved and electricity hummed through power lines, the earth beneath Hawkins retained its fundamental wrongness. Certain basements stayed cold even in August. Certain attics accumulated shadows that did not dissipate when lights were turned on. Certain stretches of road caused drivers to feel inexplicable dread, a primal urge to accelerate and leave as quickly as possible. The town's suicide rate ran 3 times higher than the national average. Depression and anxiety disorders plagued families for generations, inherited not through genetics, but through prolonged exposure to a place that existed slightly out of phase with normal reality. Hawkins was sick, infected by proximity to something vast and hungry and patient. The town did not know it was dying. It simply felt tired, perpetually tired, as if the very act of existing in this specific location drained something essential from every living thing. Then came the 1950s, and with it, the Cold War. The United States government, desperate for advantages against the Soviet Union, began exploring avenues of warfare that extended beyond conventional weapons. Psychological operations, remote viewing, telepathy, precognition, telekinesis. The Department of Defense assembled teams of researchers tasked with determining whether the human mind could be transformed into a weapon as devastating as any bomb. They called it Project MK-Ultra, though that name was merely the public-facing designation for a network of black-budget programs that delved into territories far stranger than simple mind control. These researchers needed test sites, locations where experiments could be conducted, far from oversight, far from ethics committees, far from the possibility of exposure. They needed places already isolated, already accustomed to keeping secrets, already positioned far enough from major population centers that potential disasters could be contained. And they needed places where the laws of physics already showed signs of flexibility. Dr. Martin Brenner was 32 years old when he first read the geological surveys of Hawkins, Indiana. A brilliant neurologist who had abandoned clinical practice for theoretical research, Brenner possessed a mind that saw connections others missed. He noticed the electromagnetic anomalies scattered throughout Hawkins County. He studied the unusually high concentrations of quartz and magnetite in the bedrock. He reviewed incident reports of equipment malfunctions in the area, radios picking up transmissions from decades past, photographs developing with images of people who were not present when the shutter clicked. Most researchers would have dismissed these as coincidences, data noise, measurement errors. Brenner saw potential. He saw a location where the boundary between possible and impossible had already begun to blur. He saw a place where consciousness might reach further than it could anywhere else on Earth. He proposed establishing a laboratory in Hawkins. His superiors, already impressed by his previous work in sensory deprivation and neural manipulation, approved the funding. Construction began in 1958 on what local residents were told would be a Department of Energy research facility focused on alternative power sources. The cover story was boring enough to discourage questions. The town council, grateful for the jobs and federal money, asked nothing beyond what they were told. Hawkins National Laboratory rose from the ground on the exact spot where disappearances had clustered for over a century, a massive complex of concrete and steel built directly atop the thinnest point in reality. Whether Brenner knew the full significance of the location or simply recognized it as scientifically anomalous remains unclear. What is certain is that from the moment the facility became operational, everything that had been sleeping beneath Hawkins began to wake. The early experiments were relatively mundane by the standards of what would come later. Brenner recruited test subjects through a combination of classified military channels and deeply unethical exploitation of vulnerable populations. Psychiatric patients whose families had abandoned them. Prisoners who were offered reduced sentences in exchange for participation. Pregnant women from impoverished backgrounds who were promised financial support. The volunteers, and it stretches the definition of that word to its breaking point, were subjected to sensory deprivation, hallucinogenic drugs, electroshock therapy, and experimental surgical procedures designed to enhance latent psychic abilities. The theory was straightforward. If human consciousness could be isolated from external input and pushed to its absolute limits, perhaps it could access states of awareness that transcended normal physical constraints. Most subjects experienced nothing beyond extreme psychological trauma. Some developed permanent psychosis. A handful died, their deaths attributed to pre-existing conditions or unfortunate reactions to medication. But occasionally, very occasionally, something would happen that could not be explained away. A subject would describe in perfect detail a room they had never seen, located in a building 3 states away. Another would predict a plane crash 48 hours before it occurred. One woman, subjected to an experimental combination of psychotropic compounds, began speaking fluent Russian despite having no prior exposure to the language, channeling what appeared to be the thoughts of a Soviet intelligence officer in real time. These incidents were rare, unrepeatable, and tantalizing. They suggested that human consciousness, under the right conditions, could indeed reach beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. Brenner became obsessed. He refined his techniques, growing progressively more willing to sacrifice ethics for results. He began to suspect that the key was not simply pushing subjects to their limits, but finding individuals who were already predisposed to psychic phenomena. He theorized that certain genetic factors, certain neurological structures, certain environmental exposures during critical developmental periods might create minds that were naturally more receptive to extrasensory experiences. He needed children, specifically children he could monitor and manipulate from the earliest possible age. And through a combination of classified military programs and deeply illegal abductions, he found them. Terry Ives was 19 years old when she volunteered for what she believed was a study on the effects of meditation and sensory deprivation. She needed money for college. She had no family to ask questions. She seemed like the perfect candidate. What she did not know was that she had been selected for entirely different reasons. Her mother had reported strange experiences throughout her pregnancy, objects moving without being touched, lights flickering when Terry cried, an incident where her crib had somehow moved 3 feet across the room overnight. These reports, buried in medical records, had flagged Terry in a database. Brenner had spent years compiling. She was not simply a test subject, she was a breeding project. The experiments Terry underwent were more extreme than anything Brenner had attempted before. Massive doses of LSD combined with electromagnetic stimulation of specific brain regions. Prolonged isolation interrupted by sessions of intense sensory overload. Hypnotic regression designed to access memories from before birth, from before consciousness as humans typically understand it. And throughout it all, Terry was pregnant, though she would not know this until much later. The chemicals flooding her system, the trauma reshaping her neural pathways, all of it passed through the placental barrier to the developing fetus. Brenner was not simply trying to create a psychic. He was trying to forge one from conception, to build a human weapon whose very biology would be optimized for accessing realms beyond normal perception. On the night of Terry's most intense session, something unprecedented occurred. Under the influence of a drug cocktail that should have killed her, her mind fractured in a very specific way. For exactly 11 seconds, every electronic device within a quarter-mile of the laboratory experienced catastrophic failure. Lights exploded. Computers crashed. A backup generator caught fire. And in the delivery room where Terry lay unconscious, nurses reported seeing shadows move across the walls in patterns that resembled reaching hands. When Terry woke 3 days later, she had no memory of giving birth. She was told the baby had died, a tragic but not uncommon outcome of premature labor. She was given a small cash payment, made to sign documents she was too sedated to read, and sent away. The baby, a girl, remained in the laboratory's care. Brenner named her Jane, though she would never be called by that name within the facility's walls. She was 11, the 11th subject, in a program that had already claimed 10 previous children. Unlike those who came before, 11 survived infancy. Unlike those who came before, she began displaying abilities that went far beyond simple telepathy or precognition. Objects moved when she became distressed. Light bulbs shattered when she cried. By age 3, during a temper tantrum, she caused every window in her containment room to simultaneously crack. By age 5, she could locate hidden objects through walls. By age 7, she could kill a cat with nothing but focused intention. Brenner watched her development with the pride of a parent and the detachment of a scientist who understood he was nurturing something potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons. But 11 was not the only success. Other children joined the program, each displaying varying degrees of psychic ability, each given a number instead of a name. They were raised in isolation, allowed minimal social contact, trained like animals through systems of punishment and reward. They knew nothing of the outside world beyond what they saw in carefully controlled educational materials. They had no concept of family, of freedom, of any existence beyond the laboratory's white walls. They competed for Brenner's approval. They feared his disappointment more than physical pain. He was Papa, the only parent they had ever known, and his love came with conditions that required them to push their abilities further every single day. Among these children was one who had not been created through Brenner's breeding program, one who had come to the laboratory through entirely different circumstances, one who possessed abilities that made even 11 seem limited by comparison. His name, before they took it from him, was Henry Creel, and his story begins not in the laboratory, but in a normal house in a normal neighborhood, with a normal family who had no idea they were living with a god learning to hate humanity. Henry Creel was born in 1947 to Victor and Virginia Creel, a couple who believed themselves blessed by normalcy. Victor was a World War II veteran turned engineer, a man who had seen the worst of human violence and emerged grateful for peace. Virginia was a school teacher who valued order and routine above all else. They lived modestly, moved when Victor's work demanded it, and raised their 2 children with firm but loving discipline. To any outside observer, they were the embodiment of post-war American prosperity. But from the moment Henry drew his first breath, something in that house began to rot. The early signs were subtle enough to dismiss. Henry was a quiet baby who rarely cried, which Virginia mistook for good temperament rather than the eerie detachment it actually represented. He met developmental milestones on schedule, but showed no particular attachment to his parents or his younger sister Alice. Other children his age played with imagination and joy. Henry played with cold precision, arranging his toys in geometric patterns and becoming furious if anyone disrupted his designs. He would spend hours watching spiders in the garden, studying how they trapped and consumed their prey with an intensity that disturbed his mother. When she asked what he found so fascinating, he replied that spiders understood the truth about the world. Everything existed to be either predator or prey. There was no third option. As Henry grew, so did the distance between him and the rest of humanity. He was exceptionally intelligent, reading at a college level by age 8, but he used his intelligence like a scalpel to dissect the weaknesses of everyone around him. He noticed his father's barely concealed drinking habit before his mother did. He understood that his sister feared the dark and used this knowledge to torment her in ways that left no evidence. He watched his classmates with the clinical detachment of an entomologist studying insects, cataloging their fears and insecurities and social hierarchies. When teachers praised his academic excellence, he felt nothing. When his parents expressed affection, he mimicked appropriate responses while feeling only contempt for their need to perform emotion. Henry Creel was not simply a disturbed child. He was something wearing the shape of a child, something that had been born wrong in ways that psychology had no framework to address. The abilities manifested on his 10th birthday. Henry had been sent to his room after an argument with his mother about his refusal to attend Alice's dance recital. As he sat alone, fury building in his chest, he felt something shift inside his skull. A pressure that had always been present suddenly found release. The lamp on his bedside table flickered. Then it shattered. Then every glass object in his room exploded simultaneously, shards embedding themselves in the walls. Henry sat motionless amid the destruction, his hands folded calmly in his lap, his mind suddenly, brilliantly clear. He had done this. He had reached out with nothing but thought and will and imposed his anger on physical matter. The realization was not frightening. It was confirmation of what he had always suspected. He was not like other people. He was better. He was more. He was what other people would become if they could shed their weakness and embrace their true nature as apex predators. Victor and Virginia found their son sitting in a room full of broken glass, and when they asked what happened, Henry looked his father in the eye. and lied with perfect composure. He said he did not know. Perhaps it was an earthquake. Victor, desperate to believe in normalcy, accepted this explanation despite the complete absence of evidence. They cleaned the room. They replaced the objects. They did not speak of it again. But Henry had learned something crucial. His parents could not handle the truth. No one could. He would need to be careful. He would need to practice in secret. And as he lay in bed that night, he reached out with his mind and felt the thoughts of his sleeping family like radio signals he could tune into. His father's dreams of the war, still haunted by the men he had killed. His mother's anxieties about money and status, and her fear that something was deeply wrong with her son. His sister's simple contentment with her simple life. Henry recoiled from all of it. They were so limited, so trapped in their petty concerns and emotional attachments. He began to wonder what would happen if he pushed his abilities further. If he could break glass and read minds, what else might he accomplish? Over the following months, Henry explored his powers with systematic dedication. He learned he could influence electrical systems, causing lights to flicker or radios to change channels without physical contact. He discovered he could project emotions into others, making his father suddenly angry or his sister inexplicably sad without saying a word. He found he could create illusions, making people see things that were not there, hear voices that had no source. The more he used these abilities, the stronger they became, but they also changed him in ways he did not immediately recognize. His body temperature ran permanently cold. His eyes, which had been blue, began to show strange colorless patches. He stopped needing as much sleep. He stopped feeling physical pain the way he once had. He was evolving beyond human limitations, and the process filled him with a rapture that was the closest thing to joy he had ever experienced. But power without purpose is merely potential. Henry needed a philosophy to justify what he knew he was becoming. He found it in the spiders he had watched for so many years. Nature, he concluded, was a hierarchy of predation. The strong consumed the weak. This was not cruelty. It was the fundamental order of existence. Human society, with its rules and laws and ethical systems, was a corruption of this natural order. People pretended that compassion and cooperation mattered, but these were lies the weak told themselves to justify their weakness. The truth, Henry believed, was that some individuals were simply born superior. They had no obligation to those beneath them. In fact, they had a responsibility to remake the world according to their own vision, to impose order on the chaos of human mediocrity. He saw himself as a spider who had been born into a world of flies. The flies might outnumber him, but that did not change the fundamental relationship. He was made to hunt. They were made to be caught. At age 12, Henry decided to test the full extent of his powers. He had been practicing in secret for 2 years, pushing his abilities further every day, and he believed he was ready for something significant. He chose his family as subjects, not out of particular malice, but because they were convenient, and because some part of him wanted them to understand what he had become before they died. On an evening in March 1959, after dinner, Henry retreated to his room and reached out with his mind in a way he never had before. He seized control of the electrical systems in the house. He flooded his family's minds with visions of their worst fears. He began to physically move objects, slowly at first, then with increasing violence. Victor saw dead soldiers from the war crawling through the hallways. Virginia watched the walls bleeding. Alice ran screaming as furniture flew through the air, crashing into walls with enough force to splinter wood. Henry remained in his room, conducting the symphony of terror with clinical precision. He wanted them to understand their place in the hierarchy. He wanted them to recognize that they had been living in the same house as a god, and had been too blind to see it. He held them in this state for hours, breaking their minds methodically, listening to their screams through the walls with the same detachment he had shown, watching spiders trap flies. When he finally killed them, it was almost an afterthought. His mother's neck snapped with a thought. His sister's eyes ruptured as he pressed his consciousness into her brain. Only his father survived. Not through Henry's mercy, but because Victor's mind broke so completely that he became catatonic, a living shell that would spend the rest of his life in a psychiatric facility, forever muttering about a demon with no face that had murdered his family. Henry walked out of that house covered in his family's blood, feeling neither guilt nor satisfaction. He had proven what he needed to prove. But he had also miscalculated. The incident drew attention. Police arrived and found a crime scene that made no physical sense. Psychologists examined Victor's ravings and found them disturbingly consistent. Federal investigators, already monitoring unusual phenomena as part of Cold War intelligence gathering, took notice of a mass murder where every piece of evidence suggested impossible causes. And Dr. Martin Brenner, who had spent years developing databases of potential psychic candidates, received a report about a 12-year-old boy who had apparently killed his family through means that defied conventional explanation. Brenner knew exactly what this meant. He had found what he had been searching for. A subject who did not need to be trained or conditioned or enhanced. A subject who was already a functional, powerful psychic. A subject who could potentially teach Brenner's other children what years of his experiments had failed to unlock. Henry was taken into custody, though not by any police force the public would recognize. Men in dark suits arrived with documentation that superseded local authority. Victor Creel was quietly institutionalized, and his case sealed under national security provisions. The house on Forest Hills Drive was condemned and eventually abandoned, left to decay as a monument to a horror that could not be officially acknowledged. And Henry was brought to Hawkins National Laboratory, not as a prisoner, though that is certainly what he became, but as the most valuable asset Brenner had ever acquired. The doctor looked at this cold-eyed child who had slaughtered his family without remorse, and saw unlimited potential. Henry looked at Brenner and saw a man who thought he was the predator in their relationship. Both were partially correct. What neither understood was that their meeting would eventually tear a hole in reality itself. For years, Henry remained in the laboratory's custody, subjected to constant study and observation. Brenner tried every technique in his arsenal to understand and replicate Henry's abilities. He drew blood and studied brain scans and recorded every use of Henry's powers with meticulous detail. He tried to train Henry, to condition him, to make him obedient through systems of punishment and reward. But Henry was not like the other children. He had developed his abilities independently, without Brenner's guidance, and he possessed a will that could not be broken through conventional manipulation. He complied when it suited him. He resisted when he chose to. And always, he watched Brenner with eyes that calculated and planned and waited for opportunity. He understood that he was more powerful than anyone in the facility, but he also understood that he was outnumbered. Dozens of armed guards, sedatives that could be administered remotely, containment protocols that could isolate him in seconds. He needed to be patient. He needed to wait for the right moment. During his captivity, Henry observed the other children in the program. He saw 11 and her desperate need for approval. He recognized 8 and her anger at abandonment. He understood that every numbered child was damaged, broken by Brenner's experiments, trapped in a cycle of trauma and compliance. Part of him felt contempt for their weakness, but another part, the part that still remembered being a child in a house where he did not belong, recognized them as victims of the same human arrogance that had created him. Brenner believed he could control power. Brenner believed he could impose human order on forces that transcended human understanding. And Henry, watching this man's hubris with ancient patience, began to formulate a plan. He would not simply escape. He would burn this entire facility to the ground. He would kill every adult who thought they could cage a god. And then he would show the world what it meant to live under the rule of a true apex predator. But Henry's plan required help. Specifically the help of a child who could potentially match his own power. He needed 11. She was the only other subject who showed abilities comparable to his own, the only one who might be able to break through the containment systems if properly motivated. So Henry became what he had never been before. He became kind, patient, understanding. He appeared to 11 in visions when she was alone in her cell. He spoke to her through the walls when guards were not listening. He told her that Brenner was a liar, that her mother was alive, and had tried to save her, that the world beyond the laboratory was beautiful and free and waiting for her. He manipulated her expertly, appealing to every vulnerability a lonely child possessed, building trust day by day until she began to see him as the only person who truly understood her pain. And when the moment came, when he finally convinced her to remove the chip that had been suppressing his powers, Henry expected liberation. He expected to walk out of his cell and exact vengeance on everyone who had dared to imprison him. What happened instead would reshape reality. The moment 11 removed the device that had kept Henry's powers contained, energy exploded from his body with force that cracked the walls of his cell. He tore through the laboratory like a force of nature, killing everyone he encountered with casual brutality. Orderlies died with their spines snapped. Scientists burned from the inside out. Guards fired their weapons only to have the bullets hover in midair before redirecting back into their own bodies. Henry walked through the carnage with his arms spread wide, reveling in the destruction, finally free to exercise his power without restraint. He killed methodically and creatively, making each death a small work of art that expressed his contempt for human weakness. He was minutes away from total freedom when he encountered the one obstacle he had not adequately prepared for. 11 herself, horrified by what she had unleashed, decided to stop him. The confrontation between Henry and 11 remains the most significant psychic battle in human history, though no one outside those present will ever fully understand what occurred. Two impossibly powerful consciousnesses collided in a contest that bent the laws of physics. The air around them ignited. Metal twisted. The floor cracked beneath them as invisible forces waged war. Henry had more experience and more ruthlessness, but 11 had something he lacked. She had rage. Rage at being deceived. Rage at the deaths he had caused. Rage at having trusted someone who saw her as merely a tool. That rage gave her strength that transcended her training. She reached into Henry with her mind and pushed, not just physically but dimensionally. She tore at the fabric of reality itself without understanding what she was doing. And reality, already weakened by the electromagnetic anomalies of Hawkins, by years of experiments that prodded at the boundaries of possible, could not withstand the pressure. A gate opened. Not a door or a portal, but a wound in the membrane between worlds. Henry felt himself being pulled toward it. Felt his body disintegrating at the molecular level, felt his consciousness stretching across an impossible distance. He screamed, not in pain but in fury, as 11's power hurled him through the opening. For a fragment of a second, he existed between dimensions, suspended in a space where time and matter functioned according to alien principles. Then he was through, crashing into a world that should not exist. The gate sealed behind him, leaving him stranded in darkness. Henry Creel died in that moment. What survived was something else entirely. The dimension he had been cast into was not empty. It was old. It was conscious. And it was hungry. The entity that humans would eventually call the Mind Flayer found Henry's consciousness like a shark detecting blood in water. It could have consumed him entirely. Instead, it recognized something useful. Here was a human mind, powerful enough to survive interdimensional travel. Here was hatred pure enough to serve as a weapon. Here was a will that desired the destruction of its own kind. The entity reached into Henry's fragmenting psyche and offered a choice: dissolve into nothing, or become something new. Merge with this place. Let the darkness remake him. Become the bridge between this realm and the world that had rejected him. Henry, with the last coherent thought he possessed, accepted. The transformation took years. Though time functioned strangely in this dimension, Henry's body absorbed the matter of this place, becoming something neither fully human nor fully other. His skin paled until it resembled dried leather. His limbs elongated, his spine twisted. Tendrils grew from his flesh, like roots seeking purchase in alien soil. His eyes went white, then black, then became windows into nothing. His mind expanded until he could perceive the entire dimension simultaneously, could feel every particle of its poisonous atmosphere, could command the lesser creatures that dwelt in its depths. He became the dimension's avatar, its voice, its will made manifest. The humans who would eventually encounter him would call him Vecna, after a fictional lich, because they could not comprehend what he actually was. He was the first human to achieve apotheosis through psychic power. He was a god born from spite and pain, and the arrogance of men who thought they could weaponize consciousness without consequence. But Vecna did not forget. Trapped in this mirror world, he remembered Brenner. He remembered A11. He remembered Hawkins and the laboratory and humanity's pathetic attempts to control forces beyond their understanding. And he began to plan his revenge. He could not immediately return to the world that had cast him out. The gate had closed. But gates, once opened, left scars. The boundary between dimensions had been weakened, and Vecna, with infinite time and patience and the resources of an entire reality at his disposal, began the slow work of corruption. He would not simply return. He would transform Earth into an extension of his domain. He would spread the upside down like a cancer until both worlds existed as one nightmare. He would make humanity understand what it meant to be prey, and he would do it by exploiting the very thing that had cast him out: A11's power, the laboratory's experiments, Hawkins itself. The dimension Vecna now ruled existed in parallel to Earth, occupying the same space but vibrating at a different frequency of reality. Quantum physicists, if they had been aware of its existence, would have called it a parallel universe. Cosmologists might have described it as a neighboring brain in string theory. Occultists would have recognized it as an outer plane, a realm of pure malevolence that pressed against the material world at points of weakness. All of these descriptions would have been partially accurate. The Upside Down, as it would come to be called, was a place where the fundamental rules that governed Earth did not apply. Light behaved differently. Gravity fluctuated. Time moved in spirals rather than straight lines, and consciousness itself took on a quality closer to liquid than solid, allowing thoughts and emotions to ripple through the atmosphere like waves through water. The origin of this dimension remains a matter of cosmic mystery. Some theoretical models suggest it had always existed, a dark reflection spawned at the moment of creation, forever linked to our reality like a shadow is linked to an object. Other interpretations propose that it came into being the instant 11 opened the first gate, that her psychic power literally created a new universe by tearing a hole in the quantum foam that underlies all existence. A third possibility, the one that would horrify anyone who considered it too deeply, is that the Upside Down is not a place at all but a living entity that spans multiple dimensions. and what 11 opened was not a gate to another world but a doorway into the body of something vast beyond human comprehension. The truth may be some combination of all three, or it may be something entirely beyond human frameworks of understanding. What matters is that it exists, and once it connected to Earth, that connection could never be fully severed. When Vecna first crashed into the Upside Down, it was a realm of relative emptiness, barren landscapes of ash and decay, skeletal structures that resembled dead forests, an atmosphere thick with particles that glowed faintly in the darkness. No sun, no stars, only a perpetual twilight that made every surface visible in shades of gray and deeper gray. The temperature hovered just above freezing. The air carried a smell like ozone mixed with decomposition. And everywhere there was the sensation of being watched by something without eyes. Vecna's arrival changed the dimension fundamentally. His presence introduced human consciousness into a place that had previously known only primitive instinctual awareness. He brought memory. He brought purpose. He brought hatred focused and refined into a force that could shape reality. The dimension responded to him. It recognized a kindred spirit, something that existed between states, neither fully one thing nor another. It began to mold itself according to his subconscious mind, creating structures and landscapes that reflected his psychological state. The forests became twisted versions of the woods where he had once watched spiders hunt. Buildings appeared, dark echoes of places from his past, and at the center of this growing nightmare, the dimension constructed a house, not his childhood home, but a manifestation of what that home represented. The place where he first understood his true nature, the location of his first kills, the site of his transformation from human to something other. The Creel house existed in the Upside Down before it manifested as a ruin in the real world, an anchor point where the two realities pressed so close together that sensitive individuals could feel the overlap. But Vecna was not alone in this place for long. The dimension itself was not empty of life, merely empty of life as humans understood it. Things dwelt here. Things that had evolved in darkness and fed on decay. Things that perceived reality through senses alien to anything that had ever existed on Earth. These creatures noticed the new presence that radiated power and consciousness. Some approached with caution. Others attacked with the mindless aggression of predators encountering unfamiliar prey. Vecna destroyed the attackers casually, learning that his powers functioned even more potently here, where the laws of physics were more fluid. The cautious ones, the creatures that possessed enough intelligence to recognize a superior force, became his first subjects. He bent their primitive wills to his own. He commanded them, and they obeyed. Over time, as Vecna's influence spread through the dimension, these creatures began to change. Exposure to his psychic energy mutated them, made them more aggressive, more organized, more purposeful. The vines that grew through the Upside Down's landscape developed a networked intelligence, connecting every part of the dimension into a single vast organism with Vecna as its brain. The smaller creatures, dog-sized predators that would eventually be called demodogs, learned to hunt in packs and follow complex commands, and at the highest level of this new hierarchy stood something that defied easy categorization. The entity that humans would call the Mind Flayer. Whether Vecna created it, discovered it, merged with it, or became it remains unclear even to him. What is certain is that this massive spider-shaped presence became the visible manifestation of the Upside Down's collective will. The Mind Flayer was not a creature in any conventional sense. It was closer to a weather system given consciousness, a storm that could think and plan and hate. Its form shifted constantly, maintaining a roughly arachnid shape only because that geometry efficiently channeled the dimensional energy it embodied. When it moved, reality rippled around it. When it focused its attention, temperatures dropped and electromagnetic fields went haywire. It possessed intelligence that operated on scales humans could not easily comprehend, thinking in patterns that might take years to complete and considering consequences decades in advance. And it was hungry, not for food in any physical sense, but for expansion, for conquest, for the consumption of other realities into itself. Earth represented the ultimate feast, an entire dimension teeming with life and consciousness and emotional energy. The Mind Flayer wanted to devour it all. But there was a problem. The gate 11 had opened was closed. Vecna could sense the scar it had left in reality, could feel the weakness in the dimensional boundary, but he could not tear it open from his side. He needed someone on Earth to do it for him. He needed the experiments at Hawkins' laboratory to continue. He needed another psychic powerful enough to pierce the veil. And in a cosmic irony that would have amused him if he still possessed the capacity for amusement, the person most likely to open another gate was the same one who had cast him through the first. 11. He began to watch her through the weakened boundary, pressing his consciousness against the membrane between worlds, waiting for an opportunity. The child who would be called 11 was born into captivity, though she would not understand this for many years. Her first memories were not of warmth, or love, or the gentle chaos of family life. They were of white walls, harsh, fluorescent lights, the smell of disinfectant, the sound of footsteps echoing down corridors that stretched beyond her understanding. She knew nothing of her mother, nothing of the world beyond the laboratory, nothing of the life that had been stolen from her before she could even form conscious thought. What she knew was Papa, Dr. Brenner, who stood over her crib in those early days and watched her with eyes that held curiosity rather than affection. He was the first face she learned to recognize, the first voice that gave her instruction, the only authority she understood in a universe that consisted entirely of rooms and tests and the desperate need to please him. From the moment she could walk, her life became a series of experiments disguised as games. Brenner would place objects before her and ask her to move them without touching them. Cups, blocks, photographs. When she succeeded, his approval was measured and brief, just enough to make her crave more. When she failed, his disappointment cut deeper than any physical punishment. He never raised his voice. He never struck her. His cruelty was refined to a degree that left no visible scars. He would simply turn away, withdraw his attention, leave her alone in her cell with nothing but the weight of her failure. For a child who knew no other source of validation, this was agony. 11 learned quickly that her worth was measured entirely by her ability to perform impossible tasks. She learned that love, if the distant approval Brenner offered could be called love, was conditional on her utility as a weapon. The other children in the program became her only companions, though friendship was a concept the laboratory actively discouraged. They were numbered, 1 through 18, though not all of those numbers remained filled for long. Some children died during experiments. Others lost their minds completely and were removed to facilities 11 never saw. A few simply gave up, their bodies shutting down under the accumulated weight of trauma no human mind should endure. Those who survived learned to view each other as competitors for Brenner's scarce affection. They trained together, but rarely spoke beyond what was necessary. They were not allowed toys or books or anything that might foster independent thought. They wore identical hospital gowns. They ate the same bland food. They followed the same rigid schedule. Their individuality was systematically erased, replaced with the singular identity of being test subjects in a program whose purpose they could not comprehend. But 11 was different from the beginning. Her abilities manifested earlier and stronger than any other child in the program. By age 4, she could move objects across a room with barely a thought. By age 5, she could read thoughts and project images into other minds. By age 6, during a training session that pushed her beyond what Brenner thought were her limits, she crushed a concrete block into powder without physical contact. The other children watched this display with a mixture of awe and fear. Brenner watched it with barely concealed excitement. He increased the intensity of her training. Longer sessions, harder tasks, isolation tanks where she floated in darkness for hours, her mind forced to reach out across space and describe locations she had never physically visited. Electrodes attached to her skull to measure her brain activity during psychic exertion. Drugs that enhanced her abilities while leaving her physically sick for days afterward. Every aspect of her childhood was calibrated to transform her into something that could serve as a strategic weapon in conflicts she would never be told about. The sensory deprivation tank became the center of 11's training. A coffin-shaped chamber filled with salt water heated to match body temperature, designed to eliminate all external sensory input. When she floated in that darkness, with the hood pulled over her face and the silence absolute, her consciousness could extend beyond the normal boundaries of perception. She could see through the eyes of Soviet intelligence officers in Moscow. She could listen to conversations happening in Chinese military installations. She could locate missing persons by focusing on photographs of their faces. The tank stripped away everything that anchored her to physical reality, allowing her mind to become a roaming observer that transcended space. But each session took a toll. When she emerged, her nose bled, her body trembled. Sometimes she vomited or collapsed. Brenner would note these reactions in his files, adjust dosages, and send her back in. During these years of brutal conditioning, 11 developed a psychology that was profoundly damaged, yet paradoxically resilient. She learned to compartmentalize trauma, to separate the part of herself that screamed in pain from the part that performed tasks for Papa. She learned to find small rebellions in a system designed to crush individuality, hiding food under her mattress, scratching marks on the wall to count days, though she had no calendar and no understanding of time beyond the cycle of wake and sleep. Drawing pictures with crayons during the rare recreation periods, images of things she had seen in her psychic visions, forests, oceans, families sitting together at tables. She did not understand these were things normal children experienced. She only knew they existed somewhere beyond the walls, and that knowledge became a small ember of hope she protected like treasure. Then, when she was approximately 8 years old, though she did not know her age, something shifted in the laboratory's operations. New security protocols, increased tension among the staff, whispers about a previous subject who had escaped containment. 11 did not understand what these changes meant, but she felt the fear that permeated the facility. The adults were afraid of something. And one day, when she was alone in her cell between testing sessions, she heard a voice that came from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. A voice that spoke directly into her mind with a gentleness she had never experienced. The voice told her that she was special, that she was powerful, that the people who controlled her were afraid of what she could become. The voice told her that she had a mother, a real mother who had tried to save her, who had been told she was dead. The voice told her that the world beyond the laboratory was beautiful and waiting for her. The voice belonged to Henry Creel, though she knew him only as the first and oldest subject in Brenner's program. She had seen him occasionally in the training areas, a young man who moved through the facility with an unsettling calm, who completed every task Brenner assigned with mechanical precision. She had noticed that the guards watched him more carefully than they watched any other subject. She had sensed, with the intuition that came from her psychic abilities, that he was dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with physical strength. Now his voice filled her mind with words that bypassed every wall she had constructed to protect herself from hope. He told her about freedom, about choice, about the possibility that she could be something other than a weapon in Papa's hands, and he told her that he could help her escape, but only if she trusted him enough to remove the small device that had been implanted at the base of his skull, the device that suppressed his powers and kept him controllable. 11. Desperate for anything that resembled kindness, believed him. She had no framework for understanding manipulation, no experience that would have taught her that monsters could speak softly and promise salvation while planning destruction. When the opportunity came, during a training session when she and One were alone in a corridor for exactly 90 seconds while guards changed shifts, she reached out with her abilities and extracted the suppression chip from his neck. One smiled at her, thanked her, and then everything 11 thought she understood about power and control and survival shattered into chaos. She watched One transform from a calm young man into a force of pure destruction. She heard the screams. She saw the bodies. She understood too late that she had not freed a fellow prisoner. She had unleashed something that viewed every human life as equally worthless. The battle between them tore through the laboratory's lower levels. One, finally free to exercise the full extent of his abilities, was methodical and brutal. 11, horrified and desperate, fought with the intensity of someone who understood she had caused this catastrophe. Their psychic powers collided with force that cracked walls and shattered windows throughout the facility. Furniture flew. Electrical systems exploded. The air itself seemed to ignite from the friction of two impossibly strong wills grinding against each other. One was stronger, more experienced, more ruthless. But 11 had something that transcended training or technique. She had the absolute conviction that she could not let him win, could not let him reach the outside world, could not let this be her fault. That conviction, born from guilt and terror, and the desperate need for redemption, gave her strength that surprised even her. She reached deeper than she ever had before, past the limits Brenner had tested, past the pain that tried to stop her, into a place inside herself that felt vast and terrible. She grabbed One, not just physically, but dimensionally, her power tearing at the fabric of reality itself. Neither of them understood what was happening. 11 was not trying to open a gate to another dimension. She was simply trying to make him go away with a desperation so pure it bypassed conscious intention. But the universe responded to her will. A wound opened in the wall, not into another room, but into somewhere else entirely. One felt himself being pulled toward it, his body coming apart at the molecular level, and for a single instant his eyes met 11's with an expression that contained surprise and rage and something that might have been respect. Then he was gone, sucked through the impossible opening, and the gate sealed behind him. 11 collapsed in the ruins of the corridor, her nose streaming blood, her body shaking with exhaustion and shock. She had no idea what she had done. No concept that she had just torn open a doorway between dimensions and cast One into a realm of nightmare. All she knew was that he was gone, and she was alive, and the silence that followed the battle felt heavier than any sound. Guards found her minutes later, unconscious, her biological signs so weak they thought she might be dying. Brenner ordered her moved to medical care. And as she lay in bed recovering over the following days, sedated and monitored, she heard nothing about One. No one spoke his name. No one explained what had happened. It was as if he had never existed. The laboratory returned to its routines. New subjects arrived to fill empty cells. Training continued. But something had changed for 11. She had killed, or believed she had killed, and the weight of that act would press on her consciousness for the rest of her life. The following years blurred together in a haze of continued training and steadily increasing isolation. Brenner became more demanding. The tasks more extreme, the punishments for failure more severe. 11 retreated deeper into herself, building walls around the part of her that could still feel, protecting it from the systematic destruction of her humanity. She learned to function as the weapon they needed, while keeping some essential core of herself locked away where their experiments could not reach it. She became frighteningly proficient. Her abilities grew until she could kill with a thought, could reach out and stop a human heart from hundreds of miles away, could locate any person anywhere on Earth if given enough time in the tank. But she remained a child, and children need something to believe in beyond their own survival. She found it in small rebellions, in the private world of her imagination. She would sit in her cell after training and create entire scenarios in her mind about life outside the laboratory. She imagined herself with a mother and father who loved her not for what she could do but for who she was. She pictured herself going to school, though she had only the vaguest understanding of what school entailed. She dreamed of having friends, real friends who talked and laughed and shared secrets. These fantasies became her refuge, the place she retreated to when the pain of her actual existence became too much to bear. They were not escape plans. They were simply the ways a damaged child tried to maintain hope that something existed beyond white walls and Papa's cold eyes. Then came the night that changed everything. November 6th, 1983. 11 was 12 years old, though she did not know the date or her age. She was in the sensory deprivation tank, sent there to locate a Soviet operative as part of an assignment she performed without question. But when her consciousness extended outward, searching, she encountered something she had never felt before. A presence, not human, not animal. Something vast and cold and aware, pressing against the boundary between worlds from a place that should not exist. It noticed her. She tried to pull back. Too late. The entity in the darkness reached for her psychic projection with something like recognition, and in her terror, she lashed out with power she did not know she possessed. The monster recoiled. And somewhere in the basement of Hawkins' laboratory, in the wall of the room where 11's physical body floated unconscious, reality tore open. The gate that formed was roughly 6 feet tall. A vertical wound in space that pulsed with sickly light. Through it came a smell like decay and electricity. A sound like breathing magnified 1,000 times, and the sense of something immense and hungry pressing against the opening, testing its boundaries, learning the texture of our dimension. Alarms screamed throughout the facility. Personnel scrambled to contain what they did not understand. 11 was pulled from the tank, barely conscious, blood pouring from her nose and ears. She had felt the thing beyond the gate. Felt its attention focusing on her, felt its vast intelligence recognizing her as the one who had created this bridge between worlds. And she had felt something else, a familiar presence in that darkness, the one she had sent through the first gate. Henry. Whatever he had become, he was there in that howling void, and he was aware of her. The days following the gate's opening descended into chaos, carefully hidden from the outside world. Scientists studied the portal with instruments that gave contradictory readings. Military personnel established a perimeter, weapons trained on an enemy they could not see. And from the darkness beyond the gate, things began to emerge, small at first. Particles that hung in the air and irritated lungs, spores that settled on surfaces and spread like infection, vines that crept through the opening and attached themselves to walls, pulsing with bioluminescent fluid. The upside down was not invading. It was metastasizing, spreading into our world like cancer spreads through healthy tissue. Brenner watched this process with scientific fascination and ordered the gate monitored, but not closed. He wanted to study it, wanted to understand what 11 had accessed, wanted to know if this could be controlled and weaponized. 11 knew, with certainty she could not explain, that keeping the gate open was wrong. She felt the thing in the darkness growing stronger. Every hour it remained unsealed. Felt it learning about our world, through the spores and vines it sent as scouts. Felt its hunger intensifying as it tasted the abundance of life on this side of the barrier. She tried to tell Papa, tried to explain that this needed to stop. But Brenner dismissed her concerns. She was a child, a tool. Her opinions on scientific matters were irrelevant. He increased security around her instead, worried she might try to close the gate on her own and deprive him of this unprecedented research opportunity. 11 found herself more imprisoned than ever, kept sedated between forced sessions where they made her enter the tank and observe the entity beyond the gate, mapping its behavior, trying to establish if communication was possible. During one of these sessions, something horrific occurred. A research team, protected by hazmat suits, entered the gate to collect samples from the other dimension. 11 watched through the psychic link, her consciousness hovering near them as they stepped into that poisonous world. She felt their fear, their awe, their growing realization that they had made a terrible mistake. The dimension was not empty. Things moved in the darkness. Things that had been waiting. The team tried to retreat. The gate was right there, glowing like a beacon behind them. But vines shot out from the ground with impossible speed. One scientist died instantly, his body crushed. Another was pulled into the shadows, screaming. The last one almost made it through the gate before something massive and unseen tore him apart in the threshold. His blood sprayed across the laboratory floor. The gate pulsed, and from it came a sound like laughter, deep and terrible. That was not a sound at all, but a psychic projection of pure malevolence. Brenner ordered the gate sealed. Not closed, which would have required 11's cooperation, but physically blocked with steel plates and concrete. They entombed it behind walls, installed airlocks, created a containment chamber that required security clearance to access. But the gate remained open behind its barriers, and the infection continued to spread through microscopic gaps in the containment. Spores drifted through the ventilation system. Vines grew in the sub-basements. The laboratory itself began to change, small corruptions that went unnoticed until they became impossible to ignore. Lights flickered in patterns. Electronics malfunctioned. Personnel reported nightmares of being watched by something without eyes. The Upside Down was establishing a foothold, and through it, Vecna watched and planned and waited for the perfect moment to expand his influence beyond the laboratory's walls. 11, trapped in this nightmare, finally understood what she needed to do. She needed to escape, not just from her cell, but from the entire facility. She needed to find help. Someone, anyone, who might understand the magnitude of what was happening and what needed to be done to stop it. She began to prepare, gathering small amounts of energy during each recovery period after training, hiding her growing strength from the constant monitoring. She waited for opportunity. She planned her route through the facility based on psychic observation of guard patterns. And on November 6, 1983, exactly the same night that Will Byers would vanish from a quiet street in Hawkins, 11 made her move. She overwhelmed her guards with a psychic blast that left them unconscious. She tore through the corridors, killing anyone who tried to stop her with the brutal efficiency they had trained into her. She found an exit, and she ran into a world she had only seen through visions, terrified and free, and utterly unprepared for what would come next. The creature that took Will Byers was not acting on instinct or hunger. It was following orders that originated from an intelligence vast and alien, transmitted through the network of vines and spores that connected every part of the Upside Down into a single nervous system. Vecna had been watching Hawkins for months through the open gate, studying the town above the laboratory, learning the patterns of human life. He observed families sleeping in their beds, children playing in streets, the routines that made people feel safe in a world that had no idea it was being surveyed by something that wanted to consume it. And among all the potential targets in Hawkins, he chose Will Byers with deliberate precision. Not because Will was special in any obvious way, but because he was vulnerable. A 12-year-old boy riding home alone on a dark road. Perfect prey to demonstrate that the barrier between dimensions could be crossed in both directions. The Demogorgon that intercepted Will was an apex predator of the Upside Down, a creature that had evolved in darkness to hunt by sensing bioelectrical fields and thermal signatures. It stood 7 feet tall on legs that bent wrong, its body covered in gray flesh that seemed perpetually wet. Its head was a flower of petals that peeled back to reveal concentric circles of teeth designed to tear and consume. But despite its monstrous appearance, it was not mindless. Vecna's influence had given it purpose beyond simple feeding. It grabbed Will, not to kill him, but to take him, dragged him through a temporary tear, in reality that opened like a wound in the air, pulled him into the Upside Down before the boy could even scream for help that would never come. Will's bicycle clattered to the ground, its wheels spinning in empty air, the only evidence that something impossible had just occurred on an ordinary suburban road. In the Upside Down, Will experienced terror that would permanently scar his psyche. The world he found himself in was a nightmare reflection of his own. The same streets, the same houses, but everything was rotting, covered in vines that pulsed with sick light. The sky was a roiling mass of red lightning and perpetual storm. The air was thick with spores that made breathing painful, and everywhere the sense of being inside something alive, something aware, something that noticed his presence the way a human might notice an insect crawling on their skin. Will ran. His 12-year-old mind could not process what was happening beyond the primal understanding that he needed to hide. He found his house, or the dark echo of his house, and barricaded himself in a backyard shed. The Demogorgon hunted him methodically, but Vecna held it back. The boy needed to suffer first, needed to be broken, needed to become useful. Will survived in that shed for days, time moving strangely in a dimension where the sun never rose. He could hear his mother calling for him from the real world, her voice filtering through the membrane between dimensions like sound through water. He screamed back, pounded on walls that seemed to exist in both places simultaneously, but his voice could not reach through. He was trapped in a place that was simultaneously his home and utterly alien. He drank condensed moisture that formed on metal surfaces. He ate nothing. His body began to shut down from stress and dehydration. His mind started to fracture under the weight of isolation and fear. And through it all, he felt something vast paying attention to him, studying him, learning from his suffering. Vecna was conducting an experiment. He wanted to know if a human child could survive extended exposure to the Upside Down, if their biology could adapt, if their consciousness could be integrated into the dimensions network. Will was not simply trapped, he was being processed. The spores he breathed were rewriting his cellular structure at the molecular level. The water he drank contained particles that crossed the blood-brain barrier and began establishing neural pathways that connected him to the hive mind. His terror was being harvested and analyzed, teaching Vecna how human emotion functioned, what frequencies of suffering produced the most psychic energy. Every moment of Will's agony was data. Every desperate prayer for rescue was a lesson in human psychology. And when Will finally collapsed from exhaustion, unconscious in that shed with his body slowly dying, Vecna made his decision. This one would live. This one would serve. Meanwhile, in Hawkins, the search for Will Byers became the town's consuming focus. His mother Joyce refused to accept that her son had simply run away or been abducted by a human predator. She felt his presence, heard his voice through the walls of her house. saw lights flickering in patterns that seemed to respond to her desperation. The police chief, Jim Hopper, approached the case with the cynicism of a man who had seen too many tragedies. But even he could not explain the evidence. Will's bicycle abandoned in the middle of the road with no sign of struggle. No witnesses despite the location being residential. No body, just absence where a child should be. The search expanded. Volunteers combed the woods, divers searched the quarry, and 3 of Will's closest friends, Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair, took it upon themselves to find their missing friend through methods that had more to do with determination than sense. These 3 boys, 12 years old, and operating with the logic of children who believed loyalty could overcome impossible odds, searched the woods near where Will disappeared. They were looking for clues. What they found was 11, soaking wet, terrified, wearing nothing but a hospital gown with a number tattooed on her wrist. She appeared in front of their bicycles like a ghost, manifesting from darkness. And when they asked her name, she could only repeat the number, 11. They took her to Mike's basement, fed her, gave her clothes, and tried to understand where she had come from. She could barely speak. Her vocabulary was limited to simple words and phrases, but she understood more than she could express. And when they showed her a photograph of Will and asked if she had seen him, her reaction told them everything. She knew. She knew where Will was. She knew what had taken him. And she knew, though she could not explain in words they would understand, that his disappearance was connected to her. Over the following days, an alliance formed that should not have been possible. 3 children who knew nothing of interdimensional horror. 1 child who was a weapon, disguised as a girl. Together they began to unravel the truth about Hawkins' laboratory, about the gate, about the monster that hunted in the spaces between worlds. 11 showed them glimpses of her abilities. She flipped a van through the air to save their lives when government agents tried to recapture her. She located Will through psychic projection, finding him barely alive in the Upside Down, his body shutting down but his consciousness still fighting. She established communication using a makeshift sensory deprivation tank built from a kiddie pool and garbage bags and pounds of salt, her mind crossing the dimensional barrier to speak with Will in that place of darkness and tell him to hold on. But their efforts to find Will were complicated by the fact that something else had emerged from the Upside Down. The Demogorgon had discovered it could move between dimensions using the gate in the laboratory, and once it understood this, it began to hunt in Hawkins itself. People disappeared from their homes. Blood was found without bodies. The creature learned that it could create temporary portals by forcing its way through thin places in reality, locations where the barrier had been weakened by the laboratory's experiments. It killed a teenager named Barb Holland at a party, dragging her body through a temporary gate in a swimming pool. It cornered 11 and the boys in the middle school, forcing her to use powers that left her physically depleted and barely able to stand. Each appearance of the Demogorgon brought death and chaos, and each time it returned to the Upside Down, it brought information back to Vecna about the layout of Hawkins, the locations of potential prey, the weak points in human society where predators could operate unnoticed. Will Byers, driven by maternal desperation that bordered on madness, transformed her living room into a communication system. She hung Christmas lights throughout the house, discovering that Will could somehow manipulate electrical current from the other dimension, making specific lights glow to spell out messages. She painted an alphabet on the wall and watched in horror and relief as the lights flickered from letter to letter, forming words that confirmed her son was alive but in danger. The scientists and police who witnessed this could not explain it through conventional physics. Hopper, investigating the laboratory under the cover story of Searching for Will, discovered evidence of experiments that should not exist. Children with shaved heads and numbered tattoos. security procedures designed to contain something far more dangerous than energy research. He began to understand that Will's disappearance was not an isolated tragedy, but a symptom of something vast and terrible happening beneath the surface of their ordinary town. The convergence of all these elements, the boys in 11, Joyce's communication system, Hopper's investigation, came together in a desperate plan to rescue Will before his body died in that shed in the Upside Down. 11 agreed to enter the sensory deprivation tank one more time, to project herself into that nightmare dimension and guide them to Will's location. The boys would help Hopper navigate once they knew where to look. Joyce would be ready to pull her son back the moment they found him. But the plan required something they did not yet understand. It required entering the laboratory itself, getting past security, accessing the gate, and going through into a world where humans were not meant to survive. The odds were impossible. The danger was absolute. But for a group of people who loved a child more than they feared death, impossible odds were simply the parameters they had to work within. Hopper and Joyce fought their way into the laboratory through a combination of determination and violence. Hopper, a man who had lost his own daughter to cancer years before, and saw in Will a chance at redemption, was willing to do anything to bring the boy home. They reached the gate. Now a massive wound in the basement wall contained behind steel and concrete, but still pulsing with unnatural light. Scientists tried to stop them. Brenner himself appeared, trying to maintain control of a situation that had long since exceeded his authority. But desperation made Hopper more dangerous than any security protocol. He forced his way through, took Joyce with him, and they stepped together into the Upside Down, into a world where the air was poison and the darkness was alive. What they found was worse than any nightmare either had imagined. Hawkins transformed into a rotting corpse of itself. The Byers house covered in vines that pulsed like veins. The shed in the backyard where Will lay unconscious, his body hypothermic, his breathing shallow, barely clinging to life. Joyce grabbed her son, held him, felt how cold his skin was, how weak his heart beat. Hopper carried the boy back toward where they had entered, fighting through terrain that seemed to actively resist their escape. Behind them, something massive moved in the darkness. The Demogorgon had noticed intruders in its domain. It pursued them with predatory patience, knowing the only exit was through the gate, and it could reach them before they escaped. At the same moment, in the middle school gymnasium that the boys had transformed into a makeshift operations center, 11 fought her own battle. The Demogorgon had appeared in the real world, manifesting through a portal it tore into existence, hunting for her specifically. Mike and his friends were helpless against it. Their weapons, improvised slingshots and baseball bats, were useless against a creature that existed partially outside normal physics. It cornered them, opened its petal-shaped head to reveal the teeth within, prepared to kill. And 11, exhausted and bleeding, and knowing this would likely be the last thing she ever did, stepped between the monster and her friends. She called it, drew its attention fully onto herself, and then she reached into it with her mind and tore it apart from the inside. The psychic force 11 channeled was beyond anything she had attempted before. She did not simply kill the Demogorgon. She disintegrated it, reduced it to ash and blood and scattered particles. But the effort required her to draw on energy from a place deeper than her own body. She pulled power from the dimension itself, from the gate that connected worlds, from the thin places in reality that surrounded Hawkins. And in doing so, she created a feedback loop that resonated through both dimensions simultaneously. The Upside Down felt her, Vecna felt her, and the Mind Flayer, that massive consciousness that spanned the entire nightmare realm, turned its full attention toward the girl who had just announced herself as a threat to its plans. 11 vanished in that moment, not dead, but displaced. The energy she channeled opened a temporary rift that pulled her through into the upside down, depositing her unconscious body in the darkness, miles from any landmark she would recognize. She would wander that wasteland for days before finding her way back to the real world, traumatized and changed, her powers temporarily burned out from the strain of what she had done. But her sacrifice bought the time needed for Hopper and Joyce to escape through the gate with Will in their arms. They emerged back into the laboratory covered in the Upside Down's toxic residue, Will barely breathing, but alive. Brenner tried to stop them from leaving. Hopper hit him hard enough to break his jaw, and they ran from that facility with Will, racing him to the hospital while behind them the laboratory descended into chaos, as personnel tried to contain a gate that pulsed with increasing violence, as if something on the other side was angry about the rescue. Will Byers survived, though survival is an inadequate word for what happened to him in the following weeks. His body recovered in the hospital under the care of doctors who could not explain the particulate matter they found in his lungs. The strange readings from his brain scans, the way his body temperature remained a full degree below normal, no matter what interventions they attempted. They attributed these anomalies to hypothermia and exposure, wrote reports that satisfied medical protocols, and released him into his mother's care with instructions for follow-up appointments. But Will knew, even if he could not articulate it, that something fundamental had changed inside him. He could feel the upside down like a persistent ringing in his ears. When he closed his eyes, he saw flashes of that dark world superimposed over normal reality. He tasted ash in his mouth. He heard whispers in a language that hurt to listen to. And sometimes, when no one was watching, he coughed up something alive and wriggling that he flushed down the toilet before anyone could see. Joyce watched her son with the desperate vigilance of a mother who had nearly lost everything. She saw the moments when his eyes went distant, when he seemed to be listening to something only he could hear. She noticed how he avoided windows, as if afraid of what might be looking back. She felt the tension in his body when lights flickered, the way he flinched at sounds no one else perceived. She took him to doctors and therapists who spoke about trauma and post-traumatic stress, and while those diagnoses were not wrong, they were catastrophically incomplete. Will was not simply remembering his time in the Upside Down, he was still connected to it. The spores he had breathed, the water he had drunk, the extended exposure to that dimension's atmosphere, all of it had rewritten portions of his biology at the cellular level. He was becoming a bridge between worlds, and through that bridge, something was watching. Vecna had not forgotten the boy. Will represented his first successful human subject, the proof that Hawkins residents could be infected with the Upside Down's essence and survive. But survival was merely the first phase. Integration was the goal. Over the following months, as Will tried to return to normal life, attending school and spending time with his friends and pretending everything was fine, the connection between him and the shadow dimension grew stronger. He began to have episodes, moments where he would freeze completely, his consciousness pulled into the Upside Down while his body remained in the real world like an empty shell. During these episodes, which would later be called true sight, Will experienced the Upside Down as a living presence that wanted something from him. It showed him visions, landscapes of rot and decay spreading across Hawkins like a cancer, creatures gathering in vast numbers, organized and purposeful, and at the center of it all, a shape, massive and arachnid and composed of shadow-given form. The Mind Flayer. It was calling to him, trying to make him understand that resistance was futile, that the worlds were already bleeding together, that he should stop fighting and accept his role in what was coming. Will told no one about these visions. He was 12 years old and terrified that speaking the truth would make people think he was crazy. He saw how his mother looked at him, the barely concealed fear mixed with love. He noticed how his brother Jonathan treated him with exaggerated normalcy, as if being too careful might shatter Will's fragile stability. He felt the weight of his friends' expectations, their desperate need to believe that everything could go back to how it was before. So he stayed silent. He drew pictures in his notebooks, dark landscapes filled with twisted shapes, and hid them where no one would find them. He learned to recognize the signs that an episode was coming, the taste of copper in his mouth, and the sensation of cold spreading from his spine, and he would excuse himself to bathrooms or empty rooms where he could seize and gasp and return to his body without witnesses. He became an expert at suffering in private. But the Upside Down was not content with passive observation. It wanted more than a window into Hawkins. It wanted invasion, and in the summer of 1984, approximately 8 months after Will's rescue, the Mind Flayer made its first overt move. During one of Will's episodes, something changed. Instead of simply showing him visions, the entity reached through their connection and seized control. Will's body convulsed. His eyes rolled back, and when he opened them again, something else was looking out from behind them. The possession was not complete. Not yet. Will's consciousness remained present, trapped inside his own skull, screaming silently as an alien intelligence used his nervous system like a puppet. The Mind Flayer spoke through his mouth in a voice that was his but layered with harmonics that should not come from human vocal cords. It spoke in riddles and threats, and then it released him, leaving Will gasping on the floor of his living room, terrified and violated in ways he had no vocabulary to describe. Joyce found him there, saw the terror in her son's eyes, and this time, Will could not lie. The truth spilled out in broken sentences. The visions, the voice, the thing that had just been inside him. Joyce held her son as he sobbed and made a decision that would define everything that followed. They would not hide this. They would not pretend it was trauma or imagination. They would fight. She called Hopper, called Mike, and the others, called the one person she thought might understand what was happening to her son, Bob Newby, her boyfriend, a kind man who managed the local radio shack and loved her boys with genuine affection. Together they formed a plan. They would take Will somewhere the Mind Flayer could not find him. Somewhere, isolated. Somewhere with no connection to Hawkins and its dimensional contamination. They would keep him safe until they figured out how to sever the connection between her son and the nightmare that had marked him. But they fundamentally misunderstood what they were dealing with. The Mind Flayer was not tracking Will through physical location. It was connected to him through the particles that had been integrated into his biology, through the neural pathways that had been rewritten during his time in the Upside Down. Distance was meaningless. Will could be on the other side of the planet, and the connection would remain. Worse, the Mind Flayer had learned from its initial possession. It had tasted human consciousness and found it far more complex than the primitive awareness of the creatures native to its dimension. Human minds were capable of deception, resistance, creativity. These qualities made them difficult to control but potentially far more useful than simple monsters. If the Mind Flayer could overcome a human's will completely, it would gain, not just a puppet but access to human knowledge, human social structures, human ability to move through the world unnoticed. Will was not simply a victim. He was a prototype, the first step in a plan to infiltrate humanity from within. The second possession came at night, while the family was attempting to rest at a cabin Hopper had secured for them. Will woke from nightmares into something worse than sleep. The Mind Flayer crashed through his mental defenses like a battering ram through paper. This time there was no gradual seizure of control. It was immediate and total. Will's consciousness was shoved into a corner of his own mind and forced to watch as the entity piloted his body with increasing skill. It stood, walked to the window, looked out at the forest beyond, with eyes that catalogued escape routes and tactical advantages. It spoke aloud, experimenting with vocal inflection, learning how to mimic human speech patterns convincingly. And then it turned those eyes on Joyce, sleeping in the next room, and considered whether killing her would help or hinder its plans. The entity decided to wait. It needed this body functional, which meant maintaining the illusion that Will was still fully present. It needed the trust of the people around him so it could learn about human resistance capabilities. So it released control carefully, making the transition seem like Will waking from a nightmare rather than an invasion ending. Will gasped, awake, looked around with eyes that were his own again, and felt the psychic residue of the Mind Flayer's presence inside his skull like oil coating his thoughts. It had been deeper this time, stayed longer, learned more, and Will understood with horrible clarity that each possession was making the next one easier. The Mind Flayer was wearing down his ability to resist. Eventually there would be nothing left of him but a mask the entity wore to walk among humans undetected. Hopper, drawing on resources from his time as a big city detective, found a researcher who specialized in neurobiology and psychological trauma. Dr. Sam Owens was a Department of Energy official who had been brought in to manage the catastrophic security breach at Hawkins Laboratory. Unlike Brenner, who had viewed the dimensional breach as an opportunity, Owens understood it was an existential threat. He had spent months studying the limited data available about the Upside Down, the Gate, and the creatures that had emerged. When Hopper came to him with Will's case, describing the possessions and the connection that seemed to defy physical explanation, Owens recognized what he was hearing. The boy was infected, not with a virus or bacteria, but with the fundamental essence of the other dimension. The only solution Owens could offer was isolation and observation. Keep Will away from anything connected to the Upside Down, monitor him constantly, and be prepared for the possibility that he might be permanently compromised. But isolation was impossible in Hawkins, because Hawkins itself was infected. The gate in the laboratory had been contained but never closed. And from that open wound, corruption spread through underground channels that no one suspected existed. The Upside Down possessed a form of intelligence that operated on principles humans were not equipped to understand. It did not think in terms of individual action and consequence. It thought in terms of systems and networks and gradual transformation. While people focused on the dramatic threat of monsters emerging through the gate, the real invasion was happening through channels so subtle they were invisible until the damage was irreversible. The vines, the spores, the particles that hung in the air and settled into soil and water. They were transforming Hawkins at the molecular level, making the entire town more compatible with the Upside Down's existence. Farmers noticed crops dying in geometric patterns. Animals avoided certain areas of the woods where the vegetation grew twisted and wrong. Teenagers reported seeing lights in the sky that moved with purpose rather than following any natural pattern. Electronics failed more frequently. People developed respiratory issues that doctors could not adequately explain. Instances of depression and anxiety spiked across all demographics. And beneath all of this, literally beneath the town, the tunnel system spread. The Upside Down was building infrastructure, creating a network of passages through the earth that connected the laboratory's gate to locations throughout Hawkins. The tunnels were not empty space but living tissue, walls covered in the same vines and organic matter that covered everything in the shadow dimension. They pulsed with bioluminescent fluid. They breathed, they grew, and they reached out toward specific locations with targeting that suggested intelligence and planning. The tunnels reached toward power sources, electrical substations, water treatment facilities, the foundations of buildings where large numbers of people gathered. They were mapping Hawkins from below, creating a network that would allow the Upside Down to erupt simultaneously across dozens of locations when the time came. But they were also searching for something specific. Hopper discovered this when one of his deputies reported strange activity near an abandoned pumpkin patch on the Merrill farm. Plants dying overnight in perfect circles. Soil that felt warm to the touch despite autumn temperatures. And when Hopper investigated personally, bringing equipment to take samples, the ground beneath him collapsed. He fell 15 feet into darkness, landing in something that was not quite earth and not quite flesh. The tunnel walls around him pulsed with organic rhythms. The air was thick with spores that made his lungs burn, and in the darkness ahead, something moved with deliberate purpose. Hopper ran. His flashlight revealed glimpses of passages stretching in multiple directions, all of them covered in the same wet, living tissue. He heard sounds behind him that might have been pursuit, or might have been the tunnel itself responding to his presence. He found a vertical shaft and climbed, his hands slipping on surfaces that felt like skin, until he emerged back into normal air, gasping and covered in a substance that smelled like rotten copper. The experience left him with contamination that would take days to clear from his system, and an understanding that the threat facing Hawkins was far larger than isolated monster attacks. The Upside Down was not invading. It was replacing, converting their world into an extension of itself through processes that were biological, technological, and something that fit neither category. He reported his findings to Dr. Owens, who responded with bureaucratic alarm that translated into increased government presence in Hawkins. Soldiers arrived disguised as utility workers. Scientists established monitoring stations throughout the town under cover of environmental surveys. Heavy equipment was brought in to begin burning the tunnels, using controlled fires to destroy the organic network before it could spread further. But for every tunnel they destroyed, the network adapted. It grew deeper, rerouted around the damage, learned to avoid areas with high human activity during daylight hours and expand only at night when observation was limited. The Upside Down was demonstrating a capacity for strategic thinking that terrified anyone who understood the implications. This was not a mindless infection. It was a calculated campaign of territorial conquest. And at the center of this campaign, Will Byers continued to deteriorate. The Mind Flayer's possessions became more frequent and lasted longer. Days would pass where Will barely remembered being himself, his consciousness pushed so far into the background that he existed as a passenger in his own body. During these periods, the entity used him to observe human behavior patterns. It learned about technology by watching Will's brother use cameras. It studied social hierarchies by monitoring Will's interactions at school. It analyzed human emotional responses by noting how people reacted to Will's increasingly strange behavior. Every moment of possession was education for an intelligence that had existed for eons but had never encountered a species like humanity. And the Mind Flayer was a patient student. It did not rush, it gathered data, it planned. Joyce noticed changes in her son that went beyond the obvious. His vocabulary shifted. Words he had never used before appeared in his speech. His interests changed. He showed sudden proficiency in subjects he had struggled with previously. His body language became subtly wrong. Movements that were too precise or held for too long. She documented everything in a notebook she kept hidden, desperate to find patterns that might help her understand what was happening to him. And she noticed something that made her blood run cold. Will was drawing, compulsively, obsessively, covering page after page with interconnected lines that formed massive, complex networks. When she finally assembled all his drawings on the floor of their living room, she saw what he had been creating. A map, A perfect representation of the tunnel system beneath Hawkins, drawn with accuracy that should have been impossible for someone who had never seen it. Will, or the thing controlling him, was documenting the invasion's infrastructure. Hopper saw the drawings and understood their significance immediately. The tunnels were not random. They converged on a central point, the laboratory, specifically the gate. The entire network was designed to channel energy and biomass toward that dimensional wound, strengthening it, widening it, preparing it for something larger. He took the maps to Owens and demanded action. The gate needed to be closed, not contained, not studied, closed permanently, regardless of the cost. Owens agreed in principle, but explained the practical problems. Closing the gate would require immense energy directed precisely at the dimensional breach. The only known source of power sufficient for the task was 11, the girl who had opened it. But 11 was missing. She had vanished after destroying the Demogorgon and had not been seen in nearly a year. Without her, they had no means of sealing the wound between worlds. But 11 was not as lost as everyone believed. She had survived her displacement into the Upside Down through a combination of her powers and pure survival instinct. She had wandered that nightmare landscape for days, avoiding the creatures that hunted there, until she found a weak point in the dimensional barrier and tore her way back through into the real world. She emerged in the woods outside Hawkins, miles from any landmark, her powers temporarily exhausted and her body on the edge of collapse. She could have tried to find Mike and the others, could have sought help from the people who had shown her kindness. Instead, she ran from Hawkins and the laboratory and the memories of everything she had done. She survived on the streets, stole food, slept in abandoned buildings, and eventually, driven by fragments of memory and psychic intuition, she found the city where her mother lived. Terry Ives had never recovered from what Brenner's experiments had done to her. She sat in a chair in her sister's house, her mind locked in a perpetual loop, repeating the same words and images over and over. But when 11 appeared at her door, something shifted. For the first time in years, Terry's eyes focused. She saw her daughter, recognized her through the fog of damage, and in that moment of recognition, their minds connected. 11 experienced her mother's memories, saw herself as an infant being torn from Terry's arms, felt her mother's desperate attempts to rescue her from the laboratory, understood the experiments that had destroyed Terry's mind in punishment for her persistence. And 11 learned something crucial. She was not the only child with powers. There were others, scattered across the country, some still in government custody, some escaped and hiding, all of them created through Brenner's program, all of them damaged, all of them alone. 11 set out to find them. She needed to understand what she was, needed to know if others like her had found ways to control their abilities without becoming monsters. She located 8, a young woman named Kali who had escaped the laboratory years before and survived on the streets of Chicago by using her powers to create illusions. Kali had built a life around anger and revenge, using her abilities to punish people she believed deserved suffering. She tried to recruit 11 into this lifestyle, to convince her that their powers gave them the right to hurt those who had hurt them. For a brief period, 11 was tempted. The idea of hunting down everyone responsible for her imprisonment, for her mother's condition, for the childhood stolen from her, held powerful appeal. She wore dark clothes and makeup that made her look dangerous. She practiced using her powers for violence rather than protection. She became, temporarily, the weapon Brenner had tried to create. But when the moment came to kill, when Kali gave her the opportunity to murder a former laboratory employee who had participated in the experiments, 11 saw the man's children in the next room, saw their fear, saw herself reflected in their trauma. And she understood that revenge would not heal her, would not bring back what she had lost, would only create more suffering in a world that already had too much. She left Cali, left Chicago, and began the long journey back to Hawkins, because even though that town represented everything painful in her existence, it was also where Mike lived, where her friends were, where people needed her not as a weapon, but as a person who might be able to help. She had run from responsibility and found that running solved nothing. Now she would return and face whatever consequences waited. While 11 made her slow way back to Hawkins, learning to hitchhike and survive and trust strangers who showed kindness. The situation in the town reached a critical point. Will's possessions became nearly constant. The Mind Flayer had learned enough. It no longer needed to study. It needed to act. And it used Will to coordinate an attack that would demonstrate the futility of human resistance. On a cold November evening, the tunnels beneath Hawkins erupted simultaneously in dozens of locations. Vines burst through the ground in backyards and basements. Spores flooded into buildings through cracks in foundations. And from the tunnels came creatures, not just demogorgons but smaller, faster variants. Demodogs, pack hunters with rudimentary intelligence and complete obedience to the Mind Flayer's commands. They attacked in coordinated waves targeting specific buildings, specific people. Firefighters and police found themselves fighting enemies that should not exist. Civilians barricaded themselves in their homes and listened to screams in the darkness outside. The laboratory became the focal point of the assault. Hundreds of creatures converged on the facility, drawn by commands transmitted through the network. They did not attack randomly, but with clear purpose. They were trying to reach the gate, trying to widen it. Soldiers died defending against an enemy that came from below and could not be stopped with conventional weapons. The Dr. Owens ordered the facility evacuated and implemented a final protocol. If they could not defend the gate, they would burn it. Explosives were placed throughout the lower levels. Accelerants were pumped into the tunnel system. The plan was to create a firestorm that would incinerate everything connected to the Upside Down, hopefully including the gate itself. But the plan required someone to remain behind to trigger the detonation. It required sacrifice. Bob Newby, the kind man who managed a Radio Shack and loved Joyce Byers with quiet devotion, volunteered. He guided Joyce, Will, and Hopper through the chaos of the evacuating laboratory, while creatures tore through security barriers behind them. He reached the control room, initiated the countdown sequence, and he almost made it out, almost reached the exit where the others waited. But a demodog caught him 10 feet from safety, tore into him with claws and teeth, while Joyce screamed and Hopper held her back because going back meant dying with Bob and accomplishing nothing. Bob Newby died in that corridor, died buying seconds for the people he loved, and his sacrifice triggered a chain reaction that turned the laboratory's lower levels into an inferno that could be seen from miles away. The fire destroyed the tunnels, killed the creatures inside them, damaged the gate itself, causing it to collapse, partially, though not seal completely. But most importantly, the fire severed the Mind Flayer's connection to its network. The entity had been using the tunnel system, like a nervous system, its consciousness distributed through the organic infrastructure. When that infrastructure burned, it felt something analogous to pain. Its attention pulled back from Will Byers like a hand jerked away from a hot surface. And for the first time in months, Will felt truly alone inside his own head. The voice was gone. The vision stopped. He could think clearly, without feeling something else pressing against his thoughts. He collapsed in his mother's arms in the parking lot of the burning laboratory, crying with relief and grief and exhaustion. But even as they held each other, as Hopper radioed for medical evacuation, none of them understood the complete truth. They had not defeated the Mind Flayer. They had merely hurt it, made it angry, taught it that indirect methods were insufficient. And in the Upside Down, Vecna felt his master's fury and began preparing for a more direct approach to the conquest of Hawkins. The seasons turned, and Hawkins entered a period of uneasy peace that felt less like victory and more like the pause between lightning and thunder. The laboratory was officially closed, its operations relocated to facilities that existed only in classified documents. The gate remained, reduced to a narrow crack in reality that was monitored constantly but could not be fully sealed without Eleven's abilities. Dr. Owens, now overseeing what the government euphemistically called containment operations, established protocols to ensure the breach remained stable. Regular measurements, constant surveillance, a quick response team stationed nearby in case something attempted to push through from the other side. But all the monitoring in the world could not change the fundamental truth. The wound existed, and wounds, given time and pressure, tend to reopen. Will Byers recovered in the ways that could be measured and remained broken in the ways that could not. His body regained strength. His test results normalized. The doctors declared him physically healthy and attributed his previous symptoms to a rare neurological condition brought on by environmental exposure. Only a handful of people knew the real diagnosis. Will had been possessed by an interdimensional intelligence and had survived through a combination of luck and the fact that burning the Mind Flayer's infrastructure had forced it to retreat. But the connection had not been severed. It had been attenuated, weakened to the point where Will could no longer feel the entity's presence constantly pressing against his consciousness. But in quiet moments, when he let his guard down, he still felt echoes, whispers so faint they might have been imagination. Except Will knew better than to trust in imagination when dealing with forces that had already violated his mind once. He learned to live with this, learned to function as a normal teenager while carrying the knowledge that something vast and malevolent knew his psychic signature and could potentially find him again. He went to school, spent time with Mike and Lucas and Dustin, though their friendship had been strained by experiences that exceeded the normal bounds of adolescence. They had fought monsters together, watched people die, learned that the world contained horrors that adults either denied or were powerless to stop. That knowledge changed them, made them older in ways that had nothing to do with birthdays. They could no longer simply play games and pretend that imagination was the scariest thing they would encounter. They had touched genuine darkness, and it had left fingerprints on their souls that would never fully wash away. Mike Wheeler took the changes hardest. He had been the leader of their group, the one who made plans and held everyone together through determination and optimism. But optimism was difficult to maintain when you had watched a girl you cared about vanish in an explosion of psychic energy, leaving no trace except the memory of her sacrifice. 11 haunted Mike's thoughts during the long months after her disappearance. He tried to contact her every night, speaking into a radio handset on a frequency she had once used, sending messages into static and silence. He never received a response. Eventually, his friends stopped asking if he had heard from her. His family stopped commenting on the amount of time he spent in the basement. Everyone accepted that Mike was grieving and gave him space to do it alone. What they did not understand was that his grief was mixed with something more complex. Guilt, the persistent belief that he should have done more to protect her, should have been the one to fight the Demogorgon, should have sacrificed himself instead of allowing a girl who had already suffered beyond measure to make the final stand. This guilt drove Mike to preparation. If monsters were real and could appear without warning, then he needed to be ready. He studied everything he could find about the supernatural, conspiracy theories, government experiments. He mapped the locations of every strange occurrence in Hawkins going back decades, looking for patterns. He convinced his friends to train in practical skills. First aid, navigation, how to identify safe locations during emergencies. Dustin and Lucas participated because they understood Mike's need for control over a chaotic situation, but they worried about him. The intensity was consuming. The obsession was unhealthy, and Mike would not acknowledge that no amount of preparation could have prevented what had happened or guaranteed safety against what might come next. Then, on a cold evening in November 1984, a year after Eleven's disappearance, Mike heard a sound at his basement window. A soft tapping that could have been branches and wind, except there were no trees close enough. He opened the curtain and saw her. Older, thinner, hair grown out past her shoulders, but unmistakably her. 11. Alive. She smiled at him through the glass, and in that moment every wall Mike had built around his emotions collapsed. He opened the window. She climbed through, and they held each other without speaking, because some reunions exceed the capacity of language to express what they mean. She had come back. Against all probability, and despite every logical reason to stay away, she had come back to Hawkins because she knew they would need her again. The story she told, sitting in Mike's basement while he listened with attention that bordered on reverence, filled in the missing year of her life. Her survival in the Upside Down and escape back to their dimension, her time on the streets, finding her mother and learning the truth about her past. The months with Kali and the temptation of revenge. The decision to return despite knowing that Hawkins represented danger and pain and the strong possibility of death. Mike wanted to know why. Why come back to the place where she had been imprisoned and experimented on and forced to fight? 11's answer was simple. Because you needed me. Because the gate is still open. Because running away was easier, but coming back was right. And because she said with a directness that made Mike's heart stop, I wanted to see you again. But their reunion was interrupted by the return of threat. Hopper found them there, having tracked 11 to Mike's house through methods that combined investigative skill and the kind of psychic intuition that develops when you spend enough time around dimensional horror. He was not angry. He was terrified. 11 being in Hawkins meant government agents would eventually find her. Brenner, if he was still alive, would want her back. And more pressingly, her presence might draw attention from the Upside Down itself. The creatures beyond the gate had shown interest in powerful psychics before. If they sensed 11 was nearby, they might attempt to breach containment to reach her. Hopper had been hiding her for months after he found her in the woods following her escape from the Upside Down, keeping her in a remote cabin where government surveillance could not detect her. Her decision to return to town had complicated everything, but 11 insisted she had not come back to hide. She had come back because something was wrong. She could feel it. A disturbance in the dimensional barrier that was different from the stable wrongness of the open gate. Something was pushing, testing the boundaries, building toward another attempt at invasion. The fire that had destroyed the tunnel network had only delayed the inevitable. Now, after a year of quiet, the Upside Down was moving again, and this time it would not rely on indirect methods like tunnels and possessed children. This time it would strike directly. 11 did not know how she knew this. The knowledge came from the same place her powers originated, awareness that extended beyond normal sensory perception into realms where time and space functioned according to different rules. She knew, and her certainty was enough to convince Hopper and Mike that they needed to prepare for something worse than anything they had faced before. The preparation began with intelligence gathering. Hopper used his connections to access classified reports about the gate's status. What he learned confirmed 11's intuition. The monitoring equipment had detected anomalies, fluctuations in the dimensional breach that suggested pressure building from the other side, periodic surges of energy that made the gate pulse and expand momentarily before contracting again. and temperature drops in the containment area that could not be explained through conventional physics. Something beyond the gate was testing it systematically, probing for weaknesses, preparing for a breakout that would be catastrophic if it succeeded. Dr. Owens believed they had months before the situation reached crisis levels. But Owens had been wrong before, had underestimated the intelligence directing the Upside Down's actions, had treated it as a natural disaster to be managed rather than a malevolent consciousness with strategic capabilities. His optimistic timeline meant nothing if the enemy decided to accelerate its plans. Meanwhile, Will began experiencing symptoms that signaled his connection to the Mind Flayer was reactivating. The episodes returned. Moments where his awareness would slip sideways into the Upside Down, showing him visions of that dark world and the changes occurring there. He saw massive shapes moving through the fog, structures being built from organic matter, towers and spires that pulsed with bioluminescent veins, armies of creatures gathering in numbers that exceeded anything humans had witnessed before. And at the center of it all, the Mind Flayer itself, larger than before, its form more defined and terrible. It was preparing for war. Not a series of isolated attacks, but a full-scale dimensional invasion. And Will, through the psychic link that still connected them, understood that the Mind Flayer had learned from its previous failures. It would not rely on subtlety this time. It would tear the gate wide open and flood through with enough force to overwhelm any human resistance. Will told Joyce, who told Hopper, who immediately understood they were out of time. The months Owens predicted became weeks, or possibly days. They needed 11 to close the gate now before the Mind Flayer could launch its assault. But closing the gate required more than simply willing it shut. 11 would need to channel immense psychic energy directly at the dimensional breach, while maintaining focus, despite the inevitable counterattack from whatever creatures guarded it from the other side. She would need backup, distraction, someone to fight the physical threats, while she handled the metaphysical ones. This meant assembling a team from the handful of people in Hawkins who knew the truth and were willing to fight what should not exist. The team that formed was small and young and completely unprepared for what they were about to attempt. Mike, Lucas, and Dustin, because they refused to let 11 face danger without them. Will, because his connection to the Mind Flayer made him a necessary component despite the risk. Joyce, because no force in existence could stop her from protecting her son. Hopper, because he had appointed himself 11's guardian and would die before allowing harm to reach her. Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan Byers, older siblings who had been pulled into this nightmare through their own encounters with the Upside Down's horrors. And Steve Harrington, a teenager who had accidentally become a monster fighter through a combination of circumstances and his inability to abandon people who needed help. Together they represented humanity's response to an interdimensional invasion, a handful of traumatized people with improvised weapons and determination that exceeded their life expectancy. They equipped themselves with everything that had proven effective against upside-down creatures in previous encounters. Gasoline and road flares, because the monsters burned. Baseball bats, studded with nails, because sometimes you needed to hit something. Fireworks and firecrackers, because loud noises and bright lights disoriented creatures, adapted to perpetual gloom. And hope, which was the most powerful weapon they possessed, because hope allowed people to function in situations where logic demanded surrender. Hopper laid out the plan. They would enter the laboratory's ruins, navigate to the containment area where the gate remained partially open. 11 would use her abilities to seal it, while the rest of them held off whatever came through to stop her. The plan was simple because anything more complex would fall apart the moment contact with the enemy occurred. And they all understood, though no one spoke it aloud, that not everyone would survive. The night they chose for their assault was moonless and cold. the kind of November darkness that swallowed flashlight beams and made every shadow a potential threat. They approached the laboratory in two groups, moving through the woods that surrounded the facility to avoid the checkpoints where government personnel still maintained minimal security. The building itself stood like a tombstone against the sky, most of its windows dark, entire sections cordoned off with yellow caution tape that snapped in the wind. The fire that had destroyed the lower levels had left structural damage that made portions of the complex unstable, which meant the government had reduced its presence to essential monitoring only. This worked in their favor. Fewer people to avoid meant better odds of reaching the gate undetected. But it also meant fewer people between them and whatever might be waiting in the darkness below. Hopper led them through an access tunnel he had discovered during his previous investigation, a maintenance corridor that bypassed the main security checkpoints and descended directly into the sublevels. The air grew colder as they moved deeper, their breath forming clouds that hung in the stillness. The walls showed scorch marks from the fire, black streaks that climbed toward the ceiling like frozen screams. 11 walked in the center of the group, her hands clenched at her sides, her face set with determination that could not quite hide the fear beneath. She could feel the gate ahead of them, could sense its wrongness the way a person senses a missing tooth by running their tongue over the gap. It pulled at her, called to her, and beneath that call she felt something else, a vast attention turning in their direction. The Mind Flayer knew they were coming, and it was ready. They reached the containment area and found it worse than anticipated. The steel barriers that had been erected to seal the gate were twisted and torn, ripped apart from the inside by forces that had exceeded engineering specifications. The gate itself had expanded since the last official measurements, now a ragged wound 15 feet tall that pulsed with light that hurt to look at directly. Through the opening, they could see the Upside Down in all its terrible clarity. The dark reflection of the laboratory, the vines that covered every surface and movement, shapes congregating just beyond the threshold, creatures drawn by the presence of intruders who represented everything their master wanted to destroy. The demodogs waited there, dozens of them, their petal-shaped heads opening and closing in anticipation. Behind them, barely visible through the dimensional distortion, stood larger forms, fully grown demogorgons. And something else, something massive that defied easy description. A shape that seemed to exist in more dimensions than human perception could properly process. Hopper positioned their defensive line. Steve and Jonathan took positions on either side of the gate, armed with gasoline-soaked bats and road flares. Nancy stood further back with a hunting rifle, prepared to provide covering fire. Mike, Lucas, and Dustin arranged themselves with the fireworks they had brought, ready to create noise and confusion. Joyce stayed with Will, monitoring him for signs that the Mind Flayer was attempting to possess him again, knowing that if the entity seized control of her son during this battle, they would lose before they truly began. And 11 walked forward alone, approaching the gate with steps that required courage few adults ever need to summon, preparing to do what she had been created to do. Close the door between worlds and cut off the Upside Down's access to Earth, regardless of what it cost her. She raised her hands, felt the power building in her chest, that familiar burning sensation that accompanied her abilities, and she pushed. Not physically but dimensionally, her consciousness reaching out to grab the edges of the tier, in reality, and force them together. The gate resisted. It had been open for over 2 years, held apart by the Mind Flayer's will, reinforced by the constant flow of energy from the Upside Down. Closing it was not simply a matter of applying force. It required overcoming the accumulated inertia of an interdimensional wound that had been festering and spreading since 11 first opened it. She pushed harder, Blood began to run from her nose. Her body trembled with the strain, and the gate started, incrementally, to contract. The creatures beyond the threshold shrieked, not with voices, but with psychic projections of rage and hunger that made everyone in the room flinch. Then they charged, poured through the gate in a wave of claws and teeth and alien biology, targeting the humans who dared to interfere with their master's plans. Steve and Jonathan swung their weapons, connecting with flesh that felt wrong even through the impact. Demo dogs fell, burning from the gasoline, but more replaced them instantly. Nancy fired, her shots disciplined and accurate, each bullet finding a target, but the magazine held only so many rounds, and the enemy numbers seemed infinite. The boys lit their fireworks, throwing them into the mass of creatures, the explosions creating moments of chaos that bought seconds of breathing room. But seconds were not enough against an assault that came with the full weight of another dimension behind it. The symbols. 11 blocked out the sounds of battle, focused every fragment of her attention on the gate. She could feel it responding now, the edges drawing closer together, reality attempting to heal itself when given the opportunity. But the Mind Flayer was pushing back. She felt its presence like a physical weight pressing against her efforts. An intelligence so vast it made her feel like an insect trying to move a mountain. It spoke to her, not in words, but in concepts that bypassed language entirely. Futility, inevitability, the certainty that her resistance meant nothing against a force that had existed since before her species learned to make fire. It showed her visions of Hawkins consumed, transformed into an extension of the Upside Down. Everyone she cared about twisted into creatures that served its will. It offered her a choice. Stop fighting and live. Continue resisting and die. And 11, bleeding from her nose and ears, her body shaking so violently she could barely remain standing, gave the entity her answer by pushing harder. The gate contracted further. 6 feet wide now, then 4. The creatures trying to force their way through found the opening shrinking around them, their bodies caught in the dimensional compression. They screamed and dissolved, torn apart by forces that operated beyond conventional physics. The Mind Flayer's fury intensified. It abandoned subtlety and threw the full weight of its consciousness against 11's efforts, trying to break her mind through sheer psychic pressure. She felt herself cracking under the assault, felt her sense of self beginning to fragment, saw memories that were not hers, images from the Upside Down's eternal darkness, visions of Earth transformed into a nightmare that would exist for millennia after humanity's extinction. The entity wanted her to understand how small she was, how meaningless her resistance, how certain her failure. But 11 had something the Mind Flayer did not understand and could not account for. She had people who believed in her. Mike was screaming her name, fighting to reach her through the swarm of creatures, his voice cutting through the psychic assault like a lifeline. She grabbed onto that voice, used it as an anchor, remembered every moment of kindness she had experienced in her short, brutal life. The boys who had hidden her and fed her and made her feel human. Joyce, who had looked at her with maternal warmth, despite having every reason to fear her. Hopper, who had given her a home and taught her that family was not defined by blood, but by choice and sacrifice. These memories were armor against the Mind Flayer's onslaught, were proof that the entity was wrong about humanity. They were not simply prey waiting to be consumed. They were capable of extraordinary courage and love, even in the face of impossible odds. And that capability made them dangerous in ways the Mind Flayer had failed to predict. 11 opened her eyes, which had been squeezed shut against the pain, and looked directly into the gate, directly at the massive shape that lurked beyond it. The Mind Flayer's physical manifestation, or as close to physical as something that existed primarily as distributed consciousness could achieve. She met its attention with her own, and she screamed. Not in fear but in defiance. Every ounce of power she possessed channeled into a single psychic attack aimed not at the gate, but at the entity itself. She reached through the dimensional barrier and grabbed the Mind Flayer's essence and pushed it back, not gently, not carefully, with all the violence of a wounded predator that had decided the only way to survive was to hurt the thing trying to kill it. The Mind Flayer reeled. In all its ancient existence, it had never been attacked so directly by something as small and ephemeral as a human child. The shock of it, the audacity, the sheer impossible fact that she had touched its consciousness and caused something resembling pain made it hesitate. And in that moment of hesitation, 11 seized the advantage. She grabbed the edges of the gate and slammed them together with force that sent shockwaves through both dimensions. The opening collapsed. The light died. The wound in reality sealed with a sound like the universe itself sighing in relief. And 11 fell backward, unconscious before she hit the ground, blood streaming from every orifice, her body pushed beyond every limit. Human physiology was designed to endure. The creatures in the room with them, cut off from the upside-down sustaining energy, began to disintegrate. Their bodies lost cohesion, dissolving into ash and particles that drifted in the stale air. Within seconds, nothing remained but gray dust settling on the floor, and the smell of something burned and wrong. The silence that followed was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. They stared at the wall where the gate had been, now solid and unremarkable, except for the scorch marks that radiated from its center like a frozen explosion. It was over. The gate was closed. The immediate threat had been neutralized. They had won. But victory felt hollow when 11 lay motionless on the concrete, her skin pale as paper, her breathing so shallow it was nearly imperceptible. Mike reached her first, cradling her head, calling her name with increasing desperation. Hopper pushed him aside with gentle firmness and checked for a pulse. Found one, weak but present. They needed to get her to a hospital, but taking her to a hospital meant exposing her to authorities that would ask questions none of them could answer. Dr. Owens. They needed to contact Owens. He had resources, medical equipment, personnel who understood what they were dealing with, and were bound by security clearances that prevented them from reporting what they saw. Hopper carried 11 toward the exit while the others followed, exhausted and blood spattered, and carrying wounds that would leave scars both visible and hidden. They emerged into the night to find that time had passed strangely during their ordeal below. The sun was rising. Hours had elapsed, though it had felt like minutes. The sky showed pink and orange on the horizon, colors that seemed obscene after the darkness they had been immersed in. Somewhere in Hawkins, people were waking up, making coffee, preparing for work and school, living normal lives in a town that had come within moments of being transformed into a hellscape. They would never know how close they had come to annihilation, would never understand that their continued existence was due to the sacrifice of people they passed on the street without recognition, and that ignorance was perhaps a blessing. Some knowledge was too heavy to carry. Some truths were better left unspoken. Owens arrived with a medical team within 20 minutes of Hopper's call. They stabilized 11 in a vehicle that had been converted into a mobile treatment center, running IVs and monitoring her vital signs, while Owens listened to Hopper's abbreviated account of what had occurred. His expression shifted from concern to something approaching awe as he understood what they had accomplished. A group of teenagers and a small-town cop had succeeded where the full resources of the United States government had failed. They had closed the gate, sealed the breach, ended the immediate threat of dimensional invasion. It was impossible. It was absurd. It was the truth. And Owens, to his credit, did not waste time questioning it. He simply focused on keeping 11 alive and ensuring everyone else received treatment for their various injuries. The aftermath stretched across days that blurred together in hospitals and safe houses and careful debriefings with government personnel who had security clearances higher than God. 11 recovered slowly, her body needing time to heal from the massive psychic exertion. When she finally woke, Mike was there, had been there every moment they allowed visitors, maintaining a vigil that spoke to depths of feeling neither of them had vocabulary to express. She smiled at him, squeezed his hand, and asked if they had won. Mike told her yes. They had won. The gate was closed. Hawkins was safe. And she was a hero, though heroes rarely felt like one in the aftermath of survival. Will Byers recovered as well. But his healing was more ambiguous. With the gate closed, his connection to the Mind Flayer was severed. The voice in his head went silent. The vision stopped. He could think clearly for the first time in over a year without feeling an alien presence pressing against his consciousness. But he remained marked by the experience in ways that would never fully fade. He understood what lived in the spaces between worlds, knew what wanted to consume humanity, and he carried the knowledge that the Mind Flayer, despite being cut off from Earth, still existed, still hungered, still planned. Closing the gate had not destroyed it, had not even meaningfully hurt it. The battle had simply been postponed, moved to some future date when the entity found another way through, or when humanity's vigilance failed. The months that followed the gate's closure passed in a simulation of normalcy that everyone participated in, but no one truly believed. Hawkins returned to its routines with the determined amnesia of a town that had survived trauma too large to properly process. The laboratory remained closed, its ruins eventually demolished, and the land sold to developers who would build a shopping complex over the site where dimensions had once collided. The official story, carefully constructed by government agencies that specialized in such work, attributed the various incidents to chemical leaks and natural gas explosions. Families who had lost loved ones received generous settlements in exchange for signing documents they were not allowed to discuss. The story was sanitized, filed away, forgotten by everyone except those who had lived through the truth. But forgetting was impossible for those who carried scars that went deeper than skin. 11 moved into Hopper's cabin officially, no longer hiding but living openly as his adopted daughter under identity that Owens had fabricated through channels that existed in bureaucratic shadows. She attended school for the first time in her life, an experience that was simultaneously wonderful and overwhelming. She learned mathematics and literature and science, subjects that fascinated her precisely because they explained a world she had never been allowed to understand. She made friends beyond the small group who knew her history, girls who invited her to sleepovers and taught her about music and fashion and the elaborate social dynamics of teenage life. She experienced ordinary adolescence with the wonder of someone discovering a country she had only seen in photographs. And sometimes, late at night when Hopper was asleep, she would sit by her window and remember what it felt like to channel enough power to seal a dimensional rift, and she would wonder if that part of her life was truly over. Mike spent those months in a state of contentment that felt fragile, as if happiness was a glass object that could shatter if he acknowledged it too directly. 11 was alive. The gate was closed. His friends had survived. These facts should have been enough, but he found himself waiting for the next crisis, the next monster, the next impossible situation that would require sacrifice he was not sure he could make. The waiting became a weight that pressed on his thoughts during classes and kept him awake during nights when sleep should have been easy. He tried to hide this from Eleven, tried to be the supportive boyfriend who could give her the normal relationship she deserved. But she knew. She always knew. She could feel his anxiety, like a low-frequency vibration in the air between them. And she understood it because she felt it too. The sense that their victory was temporary, that the darkness they had pushed back was simply regrouping beyond their perception. Will Byers tried to rebuild a life from the fragments of who he had been before the upside down consumed him. He returned to school, participated in activities, spent time with his friends doing the things normal teenagers did. But he was not normal, and could never be again. He had been possessed by an interdimensional intelligence, had felt his consciousness pushed aside while something alien puppeted his body, had experienced the dissolution of self that came with being absorbed into a hive mind. These experiences changed him at a fundamental level. He saw the world differently now, noticed patterns others missed, felt connections between events that seemed random, and sometimes in moments of stress or fear, he would slip back into that mindset of being observed, of being part of something larger and more terrible than individual human existence. He learned to hide these moments, learned to smile and nod and pretend everything was fine. But Joyce saw through the performance. She watched her son with eyes that never stopped searching for signs of the thing that had taken him once and might try again. The town of Hawkins itself bore invisible scars. The tunnel network had been destroyed, but the places where it had existed remained fundamentally changed. Plants grew strangely in those areas. Animals avoided them. People who built homes over the former tunnels reported persistent problems with electronics and unexplained cold spots. The Upside Down's infection had been burned away, but its presence had left marks that resisted erasure. Certain houses that had been touched by the creatures never felt quite right afterward. Families moved in with optimism and moved out months later, citing vague discomfort they could not articulate. The Foster House, the Creel House, which remained abandoned despite multiple attempts to sell it. The pumpkin patch where Hopper had fallen into the tunnels, now a vacant lot that no developer would touch. These locations served as reminders, visible only to those who knew what to look for, that Hawkins had been a battlefield and battlefields retain memory. Time passed. Fall became winter. Winter became spring. The children, who had fought monsters, grew older, their bodies catching up with their trauma in ways that made them seem both younger and older than their actual ages. Dustin developed an interest in science that would eventually lead him to early acceptance at a prestigious university. Lucas found purpose in sports, channeling his need for control into basketball, where success was measured in points rather than survival. Nancy graduated and prepared for college, determined to become a journalist who investigated the truths people preferred to ignore. Jonathan followed his own path toward photography and found in that medium a way to document reality without needing to explain what he had witnessed. Steve, who had no clear direction, discovered he was good with children and took a job at the local video store, where kids came to rent movies and occasionally to talk with someone who listened without judgment. Each of them was trying in their own way to move forward, to build lives that were not defined entirely by the darkness they had survived. But the universe has a way of disrupting plans, particularly when those plans involve forgetting truths that refuse to remain buried. In March of 1986, approximately 2.5 years after the gate's closure, something changed. The shift was subtle at first. Small anomalies that could be explained away individually but formed a pattern when viewed collectively. Electronics throughout Hawkins began experiencing coordinated failures. Streetlights flickering in sequence, television sets switching channels without input, radio stations picking up interference that sounded almost like voices speaking backward. The local power company blamed aging infrastructure and scheduled maintenance. But people who remembered the previous incidents felt an unease they could not shake. This felt familiar. This felt like the beginning of something they had hoped was finished. Will felt it first, and most acutely. The connection to the upside down that had been severed when the gate closed began to tingle at the edges of his awareness. Not the overwhelming presence of possession, but something subtler. A sense of being watched from a great distance, of attention focusing in his direction from somewhere far away. He tried to ignore it, tried to convince himself it was trauma manifesting as paranoia. But the feeling grew stronger over days and weeks until he could no longer deny what it meant. Something beyond the closed gate was reaching toward Hawkins again. The barrier between dimensions, which should have been solid after 11 sealed it, was showing signs of weakness. Small cracks, microscopic fissures, places where the separation was thin enough that influence could seep through like water finding gaps in a dam. He told Joyce. She told Hopper. Hopper contacted Owens, who sent teams to investigate. The former laboratory site, now a construction zone, was scanned with equipment sensitive enough to detect dimensional anomalies. The readings came back clean. No breaches, no gate. The seal 11 had created remained intact. But something was wrong. The equipment detected energy signatures that should not exist in normal space, fluctuations in local gravity, temporal distortions that made clocks run fast or slow depending on their proximity to certain locations, and electromagnetic fields that formed patterns complex enough to suggest intelligence rather than random natural phenomena. The upside down was not breaking through. It was finding another way, a method that bypassed the need for physical gates. Approach that had been years in development and was now approaching completion. Vecna had been patient. In the time since the gate closed, he had refined his understanding of dimensional mechanics and psychic manipulation. He had learned from his failures. The direct approach of opening gates and sending creatures through had been unsuccessful because it relied on maintaining physical breaches that could be detected and sealed. But there was another way, a method that exploited the fundamental connection between consciousness and reality. Human minds were not simply observers of the universe. They were participants. Their thoughts and emotions generated energy that shaped probability and influenced outcomes in ways so subtle that science had not yet developed frameworks to measure them. And certain minds that had been touched by the upside down and survived, retained connections to that dimension, regardless of whether physical gates existed. These minds were anchors, points of resonance, and if Vecna could reach through these connections and manipulate the consciousness on the other side, he could use humans themselves as gates. Will was one such anchor, but he was not the only one. Brenner's experiments had created dozens of psychic children over the years. Most had died or been driven permanently insane, but a few had survived and escaped. They were scattered across the country, living under assumed names, trying to build normal lives while carrying abilities that marked them as fundamentally different from baseline humanity. Vecna had been searching for these individuals through methods that combined psychic sensing with careful observation of anomalous incidents. A house fire that started without ignition source. A car accident where witnesses reported vehicles moving without drivers. A psychiatric patient who drew detailed maps of places they had never visited. Each incident was investigated, each anomaly traced back to its source. And slowly, carefully, Vecna compiled a list of targets, minds he could reach, consciousnesses he could corrupt, anchors he could transform into doorways. His first attempt was cautious, experimental. A young woman living in Nevada who had escaped the laboratory as a child and had spent 15 years believing she was safe. She woke one night to find her bedroom transformed, the walls covered in vines, the air thick with spores. A figure standing at the foot of her bed, humanoid but wrong, with skin like dried leather and eyes that held universes of malice. She tried to run. The door would not open. She tried to scream. Her voice made no sound. The figure approached, spoke in a voice that bypassed her ears and manifested directly in her mind. It told her she could not escape her nature, could not hide from what she was, could not deny the power that had been awakened in her through Brenner's experiments. It offered her a choice: embrace her true potential and serve, or resist and suffer. She chose resistance. And Vecna showed her what suffering meant when inflicted by something that existed beyond human concepts of cruelty. Her death was attributed to a stroke, unusual in someone so young, but not medically impossible. The autopsy found massive hemorrhaging throughout her brain, consistent with catastrophic blood pressure spikes. What it did not find, what no examination could have detected, was that her consciousness had been torn apart neuron by neuron over hours that felt like years, that she had been forced to watch as everything she was dissolved into static, that her final moments were spent understanding she had been hunted across dimensions by something patient enough to wait years for the perfect moment to strike. Her death sent ripples through the psychic community, those few individuals who possessed enough sensitivity to feel when one of their kind died in ways that exceeded normal physical trauma. They felt her ending, felt the malevolence behind it, and some of them, the smart ones, went into hiding even deeper than before. But hiding was futile when the hunter could reach through dimensional barriers and find you through connections that existed in consciousness rather than physical space. Over the following months, more died. A man in Oregon who had the ability to move objects with his mind. A teenager in Florida who could read thoughts. A woman in Texas whose precognitive dreams had saved her life multiple times, but could not show her how to escape something that approached through angles that did not exist in normal geometry. Each death followed the same pattern. The victim experienced a waking nightmare that manifested physically in the moments before death. Their bodies were found in homes that showed no signs of forced entry. Cause of death was always some form of catastrophic neural failure, and always, there were details that suggested the victims had been terrified beyond reason in their final moments. Eyes frozen wide, faces locked in expressions of horror, bodies positioned in ways that indicated they had been trying to escape something that came from directions impossible to flee. 11 began having dreams. Not the ordinary dreams of adolescence, filled with anxieties about tests and social dynamics and the small dramas of high school life. These were different, visceral. She would find herself standing in locations she had never physically visited, watching through windows as people died in ways that defied medical explanation. She saw their faces contorted in terminal fear, saw the figure that stood over them. Humanoid, but fundamentally wrong, its presence causing reality itself to warp and buckle. And she recognized that figure, not consciously at first, but with a deep instinctual knowing that preceded rational thought. She had seen it before. In the laboratory. In the moment before she opened the first gate. It was one. Henry Creel. Transformed by years in the Upside Down into something that barely resembled what he had been. Vecna. The name came to her in the dreams, whispered by voices that might have been the dying, or might have been the dimension itself trying to warn her. He was killing people like her, hunting down everyone who shared her abilities, and eventually, inevitably, he would come for her. She woke from these dreams with blood streaming from her nose, her sheets soaked with sweat that smelled wrong, like the air in the Upside Down. She tried to hide the episodes from Hopper, knowing he would react with the protective intensity that came from having already lost one daughter and refusing to lose another. But Hopper was a trained investigator who noticed the signs, the exhaustion that makeup could not hide, The way she flinched at shadows, the increasing amount of time she spent sitting by windows, staring at nothing, her mind clearly somewhere else. He confronted her gently but firmly, told her that secrets had nearly gotten them all killed before and would not be permitted again. And 11, unable to maintain the pretense, told him everything. The dreams, the deaths, the figure she recognized, and her certainty, which came from a place deeper than logic, that Vecna was preparing to do something that would make their previous battles seem trivial by comparison. Hopper assembled everyone who had fought beside them before, Mike and his friends, Nancy and Jonathan, Steve, Joyce and Will. They met in the Byers' living room, the same location where they had planned Will's rescue years earlier, and 11 described what she had seen. The pattern of deaths, the victims who all shared psychic abilities, the methodology that suggested Vecna was not simply killing but harvesting, taking something from each victim before they died. And her theory, formed from intuition and fragments of memory from her time in Brenner's laboratory, about what Vecna was building toward. He was not trying to open another physical gate. He was trying to create a psychic network, a web of connections that would allow him to manifest in the real world without needing dimensional breaches. Each person he killed became a node in this network. Each death strengthened his ability to reach across the barrier. And when the network was complete, when he had consumed enough psychically sensitive individuals, he would be able to appear physically in Hawkins and begin the transformation of Earth into an extension of the Upside Down. The room fell silent. As everyone processed the implications, they had closed the gate, severed the physical connection, done everything they thought necessary to protect their world. And it had not been enough. Vecna had simply adapted, found another approach, demonstrated the kind of patient, strategic thinking that made him more dangerous than any mindless creature could ever be. He was not an animal acting on instinct. He was an intelligence that had been human once and retained all the cunning that implied while shedding every limitation that humanity imposed. He understood psychology, strategy, how to exploit weaknesses in systems designed to resist direct assault. And he had been planning this for years, working toward a goal that was only now becoming visible to those who would have to try to stop him. Dustin, whose scientific mind immediately began analyzing the problem, asked the question that mattered most. How did they fight someone who could kill through dreams and psychic connections? Traditional weapons were useless against an enemy who existed primarily in consciousness rather than physical space. They could not shoot him, or burn him, or trap him in ways that had worked against demogorgons. Vecna was not vulnerable to anything in their arsenal. Unless, 11 said quietly, they fought him on his own territory, in the space between dimensions where consciousness and reality blurred together. In the Upside Down itself, someone would need to enter that nightmare world, find Vecna in whatever form he currently occupied, and kill him before he completed his network. It was a suicide mission. The Upside Down was his domain, a place where he held every advantage, and they would be operating with abilities that barely functioned in an environment hostile to human life. But it was the only strategy that offered even theoretical possibility of success. The debate that followed was heated and painful. Joyce refused to consider sending any child, including her own son, back into the dimension that had nearly destroyed him. Hopper argued that they needed to involve the government, bring in military resources, and scientific expertise that exceeded what a group of teenagers could provide. Nancy countered that government involvement had created this problem in the first place, and could not be trusted to solve it. Steve, with the blunt pragmatism that came from having survived multiple encounters with the impossible, said they were wasting time arguing about what they should do instead of planning what they were going to do, because everyone in the room knew they were going into the Upside Down regardless of the odds. Mike looked at 11. She looked back, and in that exchange, unspoken but perfectly understood, they acknowledged what would be required. She would go. She was the only one with powers strong enough to potentially fight Vecna on equal terms, and Mike would go with her, because leaving her to face that horror alone was not something he was capable of doing. But they would need a way to enter the Upside Down without a gate. The laboratory's breach was sealed. 11's abilities had not fully recovered since closing it, and attempting to open another gate risked creating an entrance that Vecna could exploit. They needed a different method. Will suggested, with visible reluctance, that his connection to the dimension might serve as a doorway. He still felt the Upside Down at the edges of his consciousness, still experienced moments where his awareness slipped into that dark world. If 11 could amplify that connection, use it as a bridge, they might be able to enter through Will's psyche rather than through physical space. The idea was dangerous on multiple levels. It would require Will to open himself completely to the dimension that had traumatized him, would risk the Mind Flayer sensing their presence and possessing him again. But it was the only option that did not involve creating vulnerabilities that Vecna could use against them. The preparation took days. Owens, brought into their planning through Hopper's insistence, provided equipment and resources that the government had developed for monitoring dimensional phenomena. Hazmat suits modified to filter the Upside Down's toxic atmosphere, communication devices that might function across dimensional barriers, weapons that fired rounds designed to disrupt the electromagnetic fields that sustained the dimension's creatures. None of it was tested. All of it was theoretical, but it was more than they had possessed in their previous incursions, and that felt like progress, even if the progress was minimal. Owens also shared information that had been classified until now. The pattern of deaths 11 had seen in her dreams was real and documented. The government had been tracking similar cases for months, attempting to understand what was killing psychically sensitive individuals across the country. They had theories but no concrete answers, and they had come to the same conclusion 11 had reached. Something was hunting these people with purpose and methodology that suggested intelligence and planning. The night before they planned to enter the Upside Down, 11 could not sleep. She sat on the roof of Hopper's cabin. A location she had discovered provided the best view of Hawkins spread out below her, lights twinkling in the darkness like artificial stars. Mike found her there, climbing through her window and up the slope of the roof with the kind of physical confidence that years of monster fighting had instilled. They sat together in silence for a long time, shoulders touching, neither feeling the need to fill the quiet with words. Eventually 11 spoke. She told him she was afraid, not of dying, though death was a real possibility, but of losing, of failing to stop Vecna, and having to watch as he transformed their world into the nightmare he had promised, of having power that was supposed to make her special, and finding it insufficient when it mattered most. Mike took her hand, told her that being afraid was not weakness, but proof that she understood the stakes, that her power mattered less than her courage, that whatever happened tomorrow, she would not face it alone. They held each other as the temperature dropped, and the stars wheeled overhead, two teenagers on the edge of adulthood, facing a threat that nations with nuclear weapons could not address. The absurdity of their situation was not lost on either of them. They should have been worrying about college applications and part-time jobs and the normal concerns of people their age. Instead, they were planning to enter a hostile dimension and attempt to kill something that existed partially outside the boundaries of what humanity understood as possible. The universe had placed impossible responsibility on their shoulders, and the universe did not care that they were too young or too traumatized or too unprepared. The responsibility existed regardless. All they could do was carry it as well as they were able and hope that their best efforts would be enough. Morning came with gray light that seemed appropriate, for the day's grim purpose. They gathered at the Byers' house. Everyone who would be attempting the crossing, and everyone who would remain behind to maintain the connection that would hopefully allow their return. Will lay on the couch, Joyce beside him holding his hand, Hopper standing nearby with an expression that said he hated every aspect of this plan, but could see no alternative. 11 positioned herself in a chair facing Will, closed her eyes, reached out with abilities that felt stronger than they had in months, as if her powers understood what was required and had been gathering strength for this moment. She found Will's consciousness, found the thin thread that still connected him to the Upside Down despite the closed gate, and she grabbed that thread and pulled. The transition was not instantaneous, but it was overwhelming. The world lurched. Reality bent. Mike, Lucas, Dustin, Nancy, Jonathan, and Steve, who had all been touching 11 to maintain connection, felt themselves pulled through a space that was not space, along a path that existed in consciousness rather than geography. Colors inverted. Sounds became tactile. The boundaries between self and other blurred, until individual identity felt like a suggestion rather than a fact. Then, with a sensation like falling and landing simultaneously, they were through. Standing in the Upside Down, in the dark reflection of the Byers' living room. Except this version was covered in vines that pulsed with sickly light. The air was thick with spores. The temperature was freezing. And in the distance, clearly audible despite the absence of normal acoustic properties, they heard something massive breathing. They had arrived in Vecna's domain, and Vecna knew they were there. The house around them groaned with a sound that was organic rather than structural, as if the building itself was alive and aware of their intrusion. The vines on the walls contracted rhythmically, mimicking the pulse of a heartbeat, and through the windows they could see Hawkins transformed into the rotting corpse it became in this dimension. The sky was a roiling mass of red lightning that provided the only illumination, casting everything in shades of crimson and black. The streets were empty of life but full of movement, shadows that shifted without corresponding objects, shapes that existed at the periphery of vision and vanished when observed directly. This was not simply a dark reflection of their world. This was a living nightmare that had learned to wear the shape of familiar places to make its wrongness more disturbing. 11 stood at the center of their group. Her hands raised, a sphere of psychic energy emanating from her body that pushed back the atmosphere and created a pocket of breathable space. The effort was visible in the tension of her muscles. The blood that had already begun to leak from her nose, maintaining this protection while also searching for Vecna, would drain her faster than any of them wanted to acknowledge. They needed to move quickly, find their target, complete their mission before her strength failed, and they were exposed to the full hostility of this dimension. Dustin activated the tracking equipment Owens had provided, devices that measured psychic emissions and theoretically could locate the highest concentration of dimensional energy. The readings spiked immediately, pointing toward a location they all recognized, the Creel house, where Henry had murdered his family, where his transformation had truly begun. Of course, Vecna would make that place his stronghold. It was the site of his birth as something more than human. They moved through the Upside Down's version of Hawkins, with weapons drawn and senses hyper-alert for threats that could come from any direction. The journey that should have taken 15 minutes stretched into an hour, because normal geography did not fully apply here. Streets curved in ways that defied Euclidean geometry. Landmarks appeared in wrong locations. Distances expanded and contracted based on rules they could not discern. But 11 guided them, following the psychic signature that pulsed from the Creel house like a beacon, and eventually they stood before the structure that had haunted Hawkins for decades. It was larger here than in the real world, more gothic, more deliberately architectural in its menace. windows like eyes, a door like a mouth. The whole building seemed to watch them with malevolent intelligence as they approached. The front door opened before they reached it, swinging inward with a creak that sounded almost like laughter. No one had touched it. No wind had pushed it. The house itself was inviting them inside, and everyone understood this was not hospitality but a predator, allowing prey to enter its lair willingly. Mike looked at 11, saw the determination in her face, despite the fear she could not hide, and nodded. They had come this far. Turning back was not an option that existed anymore. They crossed the threshold together, and the door slammed shut behind them with finality that resonated through their bones. The interior of the Creel house was worse than its exterior. Every surface crawled with vines that moved like serpents. The walls pulsed with bioluminescent veins that formed patterns, suggesting language or circuitry, or something that was both, and neither. The air was thick enough to feel against skin, pressing in from all sides with malicious intent. The house wanted them to know they were not welcome, wanted them to feel the weight of being inside something alive and hostile. The floorboards creaked beneath their feet, not with age, but with a deliberate sound of something breathing. Doors along the hallway opened and closed in sequence, creating a rhythm that matched a heartbeat, or perhaps the ticking of a clock, counting down to some inevitable conclusion. And through the walls they heard whispers, voices speaking in languages that preceded human civilization, words that hurt to listen to, that made their teeth ache and their vision blur. Vecna was letting them know that this was his domain, that every step deeper into the house was a step away from any possibility of easy escape, that they were being watched, and measured, and found wanting. They climbed the stairs, because that was the direction 11's abilities indicated, following the psychic signature that grew stronger with each ascending step. The staircase seemed longer than physically possible, stretching upward through space that should not fit inside the structure's exterior dimensions. Photos hung on the walls, pictures of the Creel family before Henry destroyed them. But the images moved subtly when observed, Victor's eyes following their progress, Virginia's smile twisting into something that was not quite right, Alice's face aging and decaying in rapid cycles. These were not memories, but something Vecna had constructed from memory, puppet shows designed to disturb and disorient. Steve forced himself to look away from the photographs and focus on the practical concerns. Exits, potential ambush points, lines of sight. The tactical analysis helped him maintain composure in a situation that wanted him to surrender to fear. They reached the second floor and found themselves in a hallway that defied the house's external architecture. It stretched impossibly long, lined with doors that led to rooms that could not all fit in the available space. Some doors were open, revealing glimpses of horrors within. A bedroom filled with corpses, arranged in geometric patterns. A bathroom where the walls bled. A nursery where something without a face rocked in a chair and sang lullabies in a voice that came from no human throat. These rooms were not real in any concrete sense. They were manifestations. Vecna, showing them his greatest hits. The murders and torments he had inflicted across his existence. Each room was a trophy. Each horror was a boast. And the message was clear. He had been doing this for years, had refined his craft, had become something that existed to cause suffering on scales that would break human comprehension if fully perceived. At the end of the hallway, a door stood out from the others, larger, made of wood that looked like it had been grown, rather than cut, covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly, shapes that seemed to shift and reconfigure when observed. Geometry that existed in more dimensions than the human brain was equipped to process. This was where Vecna waited, where the psychic signature originated. And as they stood before that door, they felt attention focusing on them with weight that made breathing difficult. They were being observed, not just with eyes but with consciousness that penetrated through flesh and bone to examine what they were beneath the surface. Vecna was reading them, learning their fears, cataloging their weaknesses, preparing to exploit every vulnerability they possessed. 11 stepped forward, placed her hand on the door, and pushed it open. The room beyond was impossibly vast, a space that could not exist inside any structure bound by normal physics. The floor was stone covered in organic growth that pulsed with rhythms that mimicked neural activity. The walls were distant and indistinct, fading into darkness that seemed to extend infinitely, and at the center, suspended by vines that connected him to the ceiling, to the floor, to every surface like a spider at the center of its web, was Vecna. He was larger than they expected, 8 feet tall if measured conventionally, but he seemed to occupy more space than his physical dimension suggested, as if portions of his body existed in angles that human perception struggled to process. His skin was gray and leathery, stretched tight over bones that bent wrong. His face was a nightmare of exposed tissue and teeth, eyes that held intelligence older than his apparent age, and the vines that connected him to the structure pulsed with the same bioluminescence that covered everything else, making it unclear where his body ended and the house began. He looked at them with those terrible eyes, and when he spoke, his voice came not from his mouth, but from the air itself, resonating through the chamber and through their minds simultaneously. He welcomed them, said he had been expecting this moment since 11 closed the gate, said he knew they would come eventually, because humans were predictable in their heroism, always choosing to fight even when surrender was the logical option. He thanked them for saving him the effort of hunting them individually. Now he could kill them all at once, harvest their consciousness, use their deaths to complete the network he had been building. And 11, most precious of all, would serve as the final node, the psychic anchor strong enough to allow him to manifest permanently in their dimension. Her power would become his gateway. Her death would be his resurrection into the world that had rejected him. 11 did not respond with words. She responded with violence, reached out with her abilities, and grabbed Vecna psychically, attempting to crush him the way she had crushed the Demogorgon years before. But Vecna was not a simple creature operating on instinct. He was a psychic, as powerful as 11, with decades of experience and none of her remaining humanity to create hesitation. He deflected her attack with casual ease, redirecting the force she had thrown at him back toward her companions. Mike and the others were thrown backward, crashing into walls that felt like flesh, pinned there by invisible pressure that made their ribs creak. Vecna laughed, told 11 she had grown strong, but strength without understanding was useless. He had been refining his abilities while she played at being normal, had been studying the fundamental nature of consciousness and reality while she attended school. She was a child wielding power she did not understand. He was a god who had transcended the limitations that made her weak. The battle that erupted between them was unlike anything the others could meaningfully participate in. It occurred primarily in psychic space, two impossibly powerful consciousnesses colliding in ways that manifested physically as distortions in reality. The room twisted. Gravity fluctuated. Time seemed to slow and accelerate randomly. They fought across multiple planes of existence simultaneously, each trying to overwhelm the other through sheer force of will. 11 attacked with desperate intensity, throwing everything she had learned against an enemy who seemed to counter every move before she completed it. Vecna fought with the patience of something that existed partially outside linear time, letting her exhaust herself while he conserved energy, demonstrating the difference between power and mastery. She was stronger, but he was smarter, and as the battle continued, everyone watching understood that unless something changed, she was going to lose. Nancy, pinned to the wall but with one arm free enough to aim, fired her rifle. The round struck Vecna in the torso, penetrating his flesh, and he flinched. Actually flinched. The psychic assault on 11 wavered for a fraction of a second as his attention split between maintaining his attack and processing the physical damage. It was not much. The wound was already closing, his body regenerating with speed that suggested he existed partially outside the constraints that made humans mortal. But it proved something crucial. He was not invulnerable. Physical damage could disrupt his concentration. Distraction could create openings. Nancy fired again. Steve, managing to pull free from the invisible force holding him, threw a Molotov cocktail that shattered against the vines connecting Vecna to the structure. Fire spread across the organic growth, and Vecna screamed, not in pain but in fury. They were damaging his domain, burning the extension of himself that allowed him to maintain his presence in this dimension. Lucas and Dustin followed Steve's example, throwing their own incendiaries, creating a ring of fire round the chamber that consumed the vines and filled the air with smoke that smelled like burning meat. Jonathan and Mike added their weapons to the assault, firing at the connections between Vecna and the house, severing the tendrils that anchored him to this place. Each cut made him weaker. Each flame reduced his ability to draw power from the dimension around him. And 11 felt the change, felt his concentration splitting as he tried to maintain his attack on her while also defending against the physical assault from her friends. She seized the moment of weakness, reached deeper than she ever had before, pulling power from a place inside herself that felt vast and terrifying, and she grabbed him. Not his body but his consciousness, the core of what made Vecna himself, and she squeezed. Vecna's scream was psychic and physical simultaneously, a sound that made the walls crack and blood pour from everyone's ears. He had not expected her to be capable of this, had not anticipated that she could reach into the fundamental essence of his being and attack him where he was most vulnerable. For the first time since they entered his domain, he felt something he had not experienced in years. Fear, real, primal fear. She was going to kill him. This child was going to end his existence. He lashed out with everything he possessed, no longer holding back or conserving energy. He attacked her mind directly, flooding her consciousness with visions designed to break her will. He showed her Mike dying in dozens of different ways, showed her Hopper murdered by creatures from the upside down, showed her every person she cared about suffering and dying while she watched helplessly. He tried to drown her in guilt and trauma and despair, but 11 had faced these tactics before. The Mind Flayer had tried something similar when she closed the gate, and she had learned that fear only had power if you let it control you. She looked at the visions Vecna forced into her mind and acknowledged them. Yes, the people she loved could die. Yes, she might fail. Yes, the world could end despite her best efforts. All of that was possible, but possibility was not certainty, and she refused to surrender to fears about futures that had not occurred. She focused on the present, on the feeling of Vecna's consciousness, trapped in her psychic grip, on the heat of the fires her friends had started, on the knowledge that she was not alone, that she had never been alone since Mike found her in the woods that rainy night, and she tightened her grip on Vecna's essence and began to tear it apart. The process was not quick or clean. Vecna fought with the desperation of something that had existed for eons and was not ready to face extinction. He tried every technique he had developed across decades of psychic experimentation, tried to possess 11 the way he had possessed Will, tried to fragment her consciousness into pieces too small to maintain coherence, tried to sever her connection to her physical body and leave her trapped in psychic space. But 11 countered every attempt with instinct that came from being what Brenner had made her. A weapon. the most perfectly refined psychic weapon humanity had ever created. And while she was more than that weapon now, was a person with thoughts and feelings and relationships that gave her life meaning, she could still access that part of herself when necessary. Could still channel the pure destructive force that had been bred and trained into her from birth. Vecna's body began to disintegrate. The flesh that had been sustained by psychic energy and dimensional corruption started to burn from within, consumed by forces that operated beyond chemistry or biology. He screamed, begged, threatened, promised revenge that would span dimensions and centuries, but his voice grew weaker as 11 systematically destroyed everything that made him more than scattered particles. The vines that connected him to the house withered and died. The structure itself began to collapse, unable to maintain its impossible architecture without Vecna's will holding it together. And as the chamber shook and pieces of ceiling began to fall, 11 made a final push, gathered every remaining fragment of her strength, and she annihilated him. The explosion was psychic rather than physical, but its effects rippled through both dimensions simultaneously. In the Upside Down, Vecna's body erupted into ash and light that scattered across the chamber like a dying star going supernova. The vines that had covered every surface turned gray and crumbled. The bioluminescent fluid that had pulsed through organic tissue stopped flowing and congealed into something dead and inert. The Creel house, no longer sustained by the will that had made it a fortress, began to collapse in earnest. Walls buckled. The floor cracked beneath their feet, and through the disintegrating structure they could see the Upside Down itself responding to Vecna's death. The red lightning in the sky intensified. The ground trembled. The dimension was losing cohesion, like a simulation that had been stable only because someone was actively maintaining it. In the real world, in the Byers' living room where Will lay unconscious and Joyce held his hand, the effects manifested as a shockwave that blew out every window in the house. Electronics sparked and died, the lights flickered and went dark, and Will's eyes snapped open, not with a blank stare of possession, but with genuine consciousness, and he gasped as if surfacing from deep water. The connection between dimensions, which 11 had been using to maintain their presence in the Upside Down, was collapsing. Vecna's death had destabilized the entire structure of the parallel reality he had been controlling. They had seconds, maybe less, to get out before they were trapped in a dimension that was eating itself. 11, exhausted beyond measure, blood streaming from her nose and ears, reached out through the connection to Will, and pulled herself and her friends back across the dimensional barrier, using the same path they had entered through. The transition was violent, reality bent and compressed. They felt themselves being squeezed through a space too small for matter to exist in any coherent form. Mike held on to 11's hand with grip that would leave bruises, refusing to let go even as forces tried to tear them apart. The others grabbed onto each other, forming a human chain that maintained connection through sheer desperate determination. And then, with a sensation like being born, they crashed back into the real world. They collapsed onto the floor of the Byers' living room, gasping and disoriented and covered in a substance that was not quite ash and not quite liquid. The transition had been traumatic enough that several of them were immediately sick, their bodies rejecting the dimensional displacement on a visceral level, but they were alive. They had entered the Upside Down, fought Vecna in his own domain, and survived. Hopper was there instantly, checking each of them for injuries, his hands shaking with relief that manifested as gruff efficiency. Joyce held Will and 11 simultaneously, tears streaming down her face, unable to form words around the gratitude and terror that fought for dominance in her chest. They had done it. Against impossible odds and at tremendous cost, they had won. But victory came with questions that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In the days that followed, as they recovered from physical injuries and tried to process trauma that exceeded anything they had experienced before, strange reports began filtering in from across the country. The deaths had stopped. The mysterious killings that had been targeting psychically sensitive individuals ceased completely the moment Vecna died. Survivors, people who had been experiencing nightmares and visions, reported that the oppressive presence they had felt watching them from darkness had vanished. It was as if a signal had been shut off, a broadcast that had been reaching across vast distances suddenly going silent. Vecna's network, the web of connections he had been building through murder and psychic manipulation, had dissolved with his death, but the Upside Down itself had not disappeared. As Dr. Owens confirmed this through the monitoring equipment that had been watching the sealed gate location, the dimension still existed. The readings still showed a parallel reality pressing against their own at thin points throughout Hawkins. What had changed was that the intelligence directing that reality was gone. Vecna had been the consciousness that gave the Upside Down purpose and strategy. Without him, it remained dangerous but no longer actively malevolent. It was closer to a natural disaster than an invasion, a storm that could kill but did not hate. The Mind Flayer, that vast entity that had possessed Will and tried to break through the gate, had either died with Vecna or retreated so deeply into the dimensional structure that it no longer interacted with Earth in any meaningful way. 11 took weeks to recover physically and would never fully recover emotionally from what she had done. Killing Vecna had required her to reach into another consciousness and tear it apart piece by piece. The memory of that act, the sensation of destroying something that thought and felt and feared, would wake her in the middle of the night for years to come. She had nightmares where she was the monster, where her hands were covered in blood that would not wash away, where everyone she loved looked at her with a fear her power deserved. Mike stayed with her through these nights, holding her when she allowed it, giving her space when she needed to be alone with her guilt. He told her she was a hero, that killing Vecna had saved countless lives. That darkness she carried was the price of protecting people who would never know what she had sacrificed for them. She wanted to believe him. Sometimes she even did, but the weight remained. The others processed their trauma in their own ways. Nancy threw herself into journalism with renewed intensity, determined to tell true stories even if she could never tell the truest story of all. Jonathan captured images of Hawkins recovering from invisible wounds, documenting a town that looked normal but would never feel quite right. Steve continued working with children, finding purpose in being someone safe and reliable in their lives. Lucas and Dustin prepared for college, carrying their experiences like invisible diplomas that certified them in survival rather than academics. And Will, finally free from the connection that had defined his adolescence, began the long process of discovering who he was when he was not being watched by monsters. Hawkins settled into a new equilibrium. The strange incidents that had plagued it for years became less frequent and eventually stopped almost entirely. The Upside Down was still there, would always be there, but it no longer reached into the real world with deliberate intent. The town remained a thin place, a location where dimensions pressed close together, but thin places existed throughout the world and most never caused problems. People built lives. Children grew up. The scars healed into something that resembled normalcy if you did not examine it too closely. And the handful of people who knew the truth learned to live with knowledge they could never share. They saw each other occasionally, gathering for birthdays and holidays and moments when they needed to be around people who understood. They did not talk about what they had experienced except in the vaguest terms. The details were too heavy, the memories too raw, but they did not need to speak it. They looked at each other and saw reflected trauma and recognized themselves. Years passed. The children who had fought monsters became adults who remembered what it was like to be that young and that terrified and that brave. They moved away from Hawkins for college and careers and lives that took them to places where the air did not taste wrong and shadows fell at normal angles. Some returned, some never did. But Hawkins remained in all of them, a hometown that was also a battlefield. A place of childhood memories mixed with horrors that should have destroyed them but somehow made them stronger. They carried it forward into their futures like luggage they could never fully unpack. And on quiet nights, when the world was dark and still, they sometimes wondered if it was truly over. If Vecna had been the only intelligence that existed in the Upside Down, if closing one door had simply given something else an opportunity to find another entrance. These thoughts were not paranoia, but pattern recognition. They had learned that the universe contained more than the small slice of reality that most people experienced, had seen with their own eyes that consciousness and matter were more fluid than physics textbooks suggested, had touched dimensions where the rules were different, and malevolence was fundamental rather than exceptional. And while they had won their war, while they had closed gates and killed monsters and saved their world, they understood that victory was always temporary. That somewhere, in spaces between spaces, in angles that did not exist in normal geometry, other things were watching, other intelligences were planning. Other nightmares were waiting for the moment when vigilance failed and doors opened again. But that was a concern for another day. For now, they were alive. They had survived. They had protected people who would never know protection was needed. And in the grand calculus of meaning, in the endless struggle between light and darkness that played out across scales, both cosmic and personal, that was enough. They had been children who faced gods, and had emerged scarred but unbroken. They had loved and lost, and fought, and won. They had been extraordinary in a world that demanded ordinary, and the story of what they had done, the complete truth that Netflix could never tell because the truth was classified and impossible and would break the minds of anyone who fully understood it, was written not in documents or files but in the scars they carried, and the lives they saved and the darkness they pushed back. One desperate battle at a time. The Upside Down remained. The thin places persisted. The dimensional barriers stayed fragile in locations throughout Hawkins and perhaps throughout the world. But the immediate threat was gone. Vecna was dead. The Mind Flayer was dormant or destroyed. The gates were sealed, and humanity continued its existence, blissfully unaware of how close it had come to being consumed by something that existed in the spaces between their understanding. The people of Hawkins went about their lives, complained about traffic and weather and taxes, raised families and built businesses and died of ordinary causes at ordinary ages. They lived in a world where monsters were fiction and dimensions were theoretical and children were simply children rather than warriors who had saved them all. And somewhere in the vast tapestry of existence, in the fundamental structure that underlies reality, the story of Eleven and Mike and Will and Joyce and Hopper and all the others who had fought beside them was recorded. Not in books or film, but in the quantum foam itself. In the way consciousness shaped probability, in the echoes that rippled through dimensions whenever courage overcame fear and love proved stronger than hate. They had been tested by forces that sought to break them. They had been offered choices between surrender and sacrifice, and they had chosen sacrifice every single time, not because they were special, but because when the moment came to stand or flee, to fight or hide, to protect or abandon, they had found within themselves the capacity to be more than they believed possible. This was their story. This was the complete lore of Stranger Things that Netflix never explained because the truth exceeded the frameworks that television could contain. This was the account of children who became heroes and heroes who remained children in the ways that mattered. This was the chronicle of a small town that stood at the intersection of dimensions and survived because a handful of people refused to let darkness win. This was the testament to the fact that ordinary people, when pushed beyond every reasonable limit, can accomplish extraordinary things. And this was the reminder that the universe is vast and strange and filled with wonders and horrors in equal measure, and that somewhere between those extremes, humanity finds the courage to continue existing against all logical probability. The gate was closed. The monster was dead. The world was saved. And in Hawkins, Indiana, on an ordinary autumn evening that looked like any other, 11 sat with Mike on the roof of Hopper's cabin and watched the stars. They did not speak. They did not need to. They had fought for the right to have quiet moments like this, for the privilege of being together without urgency or terror, for the simple, profound gift of being alive. And as they sat there, the universe continued its endless dance of creation and destruction, and somewhere in the darkness between stars, other stories were beginning that would require other heroes. But that was not their concern tonight. Tonight they were simply two people who had survived the impossible and earned the right to rest. The upside down remained thin in places, but no longer reached through with deliberate malice. The scars in reality persisted, but did not spread. The world continued spinning. And the complete story of everything that had happened, every secret that Netflix never explained, every truth that was too dangerous, or too strange, or too classified to broadcast, lived on in the memories of those who had been there, in the survivors who knew what existed beyond the comfortable lies that made normal life possible, in the hearts of people who had loved deeply enough to risk everything and had somehow, against all probability, managed to win. You are listening to Loreforge, where stranger things never truly end. Rest now, while the gate remains closed. But rest is a luxury the universe does not guarantee, and closure is an illusion people tell themselves when they need to believe the danger has passed. The years that followed Vecna's death were peaceful in the way that battlefields are peaceful after the fighting stops. When the bodies have been removed, and the blood has soaked into soil and grass grows over the scars, Hawkins rebuilt itself without understanding what it was rebuilding from. The teenagers who had saved it graduated and scattered across the country like seeds blown from a dying flower. They promised to stay in touch. They meant it when they said it, but distance and time and the weight of carrying secrets that could never be spoken created gaps that widened with each passing season. 11 went to college, a sentence that would have been unthinkable during her years in the laboratory, but became reality through Hopper's determination and Owen's ability to manufacture documentation that stood up to scrutiny. She studied psychology, drawn to understanding the human mind after spending so much time inside her own and others. She was brilliant in her coursework, but struggled socially, never quite fitting in with peers who had not killed interdimensional monsters before their 16th birthday. She and Mike maintained their relationship, despite the distance, visiting when they could, talking on phones for hours about everything and nothing. But the strain was there. The unspoken question of whether love that had been forged in trauma could survive in peacetime. Mike attended a different university, studying journalism like Nancy, determined to understand how to find truth in a world built on comfortable lies. He wrote articles about government corruption and corporate malfeasance, investigations that won him recognition and enemies in equal measure. But he could never write about the biggest conspiracy he knew, could never expose the truth about Hawkins' laboratory and dimensional breaches and children who had been turned into weapons. That story remained locked inside him, a pressure that built with each year of silence. He developed insomnia, started having panic attacks that came without warning or apparent trigger. visited therapists who diagnosed him with anxiety disorders without understanding that his anxiety was entirely rational given what he knew existed in the spaces between normal reality. Will Byers found his calling in art, creating paintings and drawings that expressed truths he could not speak aloud. His work was dark, surrealist, filled with imagery that critics called visionary. Without understanding, they were looking at documentary evidence of another dimension. He had gallery shows in Chicago and New York. His pieces sold for prices that would have seemed impossible to the child who had hidden in a shed in the Upside Down. But success felt hollow when the only people who truly understood his work were scattered across the country and rarely spoke anymore. He dated occasionally but never seriously. How could he explain to someone why he woke screaming from nightmares about being possessed? How could he build intimacy with anyone who had not lived through what he had experienced? The distance between them all grew despite their intentions. Dustin became an engineer working on classified projects he could not discuss, his natural curiosity channeled into technologies that might one day protect humanity from threats they did not know existed. Lucas played professional basketball briefly before an injury ended his career and sent him into coaching, where he taught young players about discipline and teamwork, and never mentioned that he had learned those lessons fighting creatures from another dimension. Max, who had joined their group during the later battles, became a social worker who specialized in trauma cases, helping people process experiences that shattered their sense of reality. Steve managed a business in Hawkins, one of the few who stayed, unable to leave the town despite everything it represented. They lost touch gradually, the way people do when life becomes complicated, and the past feels too heavy to carry into the present. Birthdays went uncelebrated. Holidays passed without the reunions they had promised themselves. The group text chain that had been active for years fell silent. Last messages sitting unread for months. They were drifting apart, not because they loved each other less, but because being together required them to remember things they were trying to forget. Each person they saw who had been there reflected their own trauma back at them. Every conversation eventually circled back to the Upside Down, to Vecna, to the gate, to the price they had paid for survival. It was easier to move forward if you did not look back. Easier to build a new life if you left the old one behind. But the universe is not interested in what is easy, and the past has a way of refusing to stay buried. In March of 2019, 15 years after Vecna's death, strange incidents began occurring again. Small at first, easily dismissed. A woman in Portland reported seeing her dead husband standing in her bedroom, speaking in a language she did not recognize. A man in Boston experienced a week of vivid nightmares that ended when he died in his sleep from what doctors called a brain aneurysm, but what showed patterns on autopsy that suggested massive neural trauma inflicted from an external source. A teenager in Denver developed sudden psychic abilities, moving objects with her mind, reading thoughts, before dying 3 days later when her brain literally cooked inside her skull from the energy flowing through it. The incidents were isolated enough that no pattern was immediately visible, but they shared characteristics that would have been recognizable to anyone who had fought the battles of Hawkins. Dimensional disturbances, psychic phenomena, deaths that defied medical explanation. And when Dr. Owens, now elderly but still monitoring threats that existed beyond public awareness, compiled the data and noticed the pattern, he felt a dread that was cold and familiar. He had seen this before. The systematic targeting of psychically sensitive individuals, the methodology that suggested intelligence and planning. It was happening again. Something was hunting people with abilities. Something that operated across dimensional boundaries. Something that should not exist because they had killed it 15 years ago. Owens made calls to people he had not spoken with in years, found phone numbers that were disconnected, addresses that were outdated, The group that had saved the world had scattered so thoroughly that reassembling them would require resources and time he was not certain he possessed. But he persisted, used government databases and private investigators and the kind of determination that comes from knowing the stakes. And slowly, painfully, he tracked them down, sent messages that were deliberately vague but contained code words they would recognize, references to Hawkins, to Gates, to threats they had faced before. And one by one, despite the lives they had built and the distance they had put between themselves and their past, they responded. The reunion happened in Hawkins, because of course it did. Some gravitational pull existed between them and that town that transcended simple nostalgia. They arrived separately, driving or flying in from their scattered lives, and met at a location Owens had specified. Not the Byers house, which had been sold years ago. Not Hopper's cabin, which had burned down in a fire that was probably accidental. But the town library, neutral ground where they could gather without triggering memories that were too specific. They saw each other for the first time in years, and the changes were visible. Gray hair, beginning to show. Lines on faces that had been smooth. The weight that comes from living through multiple decades of ordinary existence. But beneath the surface changes. They recognized each other immediately. The bond forged in trauma does not fade. It simply waits. Owens laid out what he had discovered. The pattern of deaths. The similarities to Vecna's hunting methodology. The possibility that they had not killed him as completely as they believed. Or worse, that something else had learned from his techniques and was now employing them. The room fell silent as everyone processed the implications. They had won. They had earned peace. They had paid the price for humanity's survival with their childhoods and their innocence and pieces of their sanity. And now they were being told it was not over. That the war they thought they had ended was simply entering a new phase. That they would need to fight again, despite being older and tired and fundamentally unprepared to return to that darkness. 11 spoke first, her voice quiet, but carrying authority that came from being the person who had actually killed Vecna. She said she would know if he had survived, would feel his presence the way she had felt it before. Her abilities had weakened over the years from disuse. The powers that had once let her move objects and read minds now barely functional, but she retained enough sensitivity to detect something as powerful as Vecna, if it existed. And she felt nothing. No psychic signature. No dimensional disturbance. Whatever was killing these people, it was not the enemy they had defeated. It was something new. Something that had perhaps been waiting for Vecna to die before making its move. Something that had been in the upside down all along, hiding behind the more obvious threats, patient enough to wait decades for the perfect moment. Mike asked the question everyone was thinking. Did they have to be the ones to fight it? They had given years of their lives to this war, had sacrificed normal childhoods, and suffered trauma that would follow them to their graves. Could they not pass this responsibility to someone else? Let the government handle it with their resources and trained personnel? Owens shook his head. Said he had tried that approach. Had assembled teams of the military's best operatives and sent them to investigate the dimensional thin spots that still existed around Hawkins. Every team had suffered casualties, every mission had ended in failure, because the thing they were fighting operated in psychic space as much as physical reality, and training could not prepare someone for threats that attacked consciousness rather than bodies. They needed people who had experience with this specific type of enemy, needed the group that had fought these battles before and survived through combination of ability, luck, and bonds that transcended rational explanation. The discussion that followed was heated and raw in ways their younger selves would never have allowed. Nancy argued they had lives now, responsibilities, people depending on them who knew nothing about dimensional horrors and deserved to remain ignorant. Jonathan said his daughter was starting kindergarten, and he refused to risk leaving her without a father for a threat that might not even be real. Lucas pointed out they were not children anymore, not soldiers, not equipped physically or mentally to do what they had done 15 years ago. Dustin, always the analyst, noted that their success rate had been built on desperation and improvisation, not skill, and replicating that in their 30s was statistically improbable. And Steve, who had stayed in Hawkins when everyone else left, who had spent 15 years watching the town for signs of returning darkness, said quietly that he had known this day would come. That peace was always temporary. That some responsibilities choose you rather than the other way around. They argued through the afternoon and into evening, voices rising and falling, old tensions resurfacing alongside the affection that had never fully disappeared. Will remained silent through most of it, his face pale, his hands trembling slightly. When someone finally asked his opinion, he said that he could feel it. The thing Owens was describing. He had felt it for months now, a presence at the edge of his awareness that reminded him of the Mind Flayer, but was somehow different, more focused, more personal. It was not simply hunting psychics at random. It was searching for something specific. And Will believed, though he could not explain why, that it was searching for them, for the people who had killed Vecna. For the humans who had proven they could fight dimensional entities and win. It wanted revenge, or it wanted to test itself, or it wanted something else entirely, but it was coming for them whether they chose to fight or not. As Levin closed her eyes and reached out with abilities she had not used in years, the effort was immediate and painful. Blood beginning to drip from her nose within seconds, her body no longer conditioned for this kind of exertion. But she pushed through the pain and extended her consciousness beyond the library, beyond Hawkins, searching for the presence Will described. And she found it. Not in the upside down, but in the spaces between, in the dimensional membranes that separated realities. Something vast was moving through those spaces, swimming through existence itself like a predator through deep water. It was not Vecna, but it carried echoes of him, as if it had consumed pieces of his consciousness when he died, and learned from them. It was aware of her searching, turned its attention toward her probing. And in that moment of contact, 11 understood with horrible clarity what they were facing. She opened her eyes and told them. The Mind Flayer had not died or retreated. It had evolved. Vecna had been its puppet, its voice, its means of interacting with three-dimensional reality. But the entity itself was older and larger than Vecna had ever been. It existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously, an intelligence so vast that human consciousness could only perceive fragments of it. Vecna's death had not destroyed it, but had forced it to develop new methods. It had spent 15 years studying humanity through the thin places that remained, learning, adapting, and now it was ready to try again. Not through gates or possessed children or tunnels beneath towns. It was going to break through the dimensional barriers themselves, collapse the walls between realities until the Upside Down and Earth occupied the same space. A merger that would transform both dimensions into something new and hostile to human life. The room fell silent as everyone processed this. The threat was not something they could fight with weapons or even psychic abilities. It was existential, a force that operated on scales beyond human comprehension, attempting to fundamentally restructure reality. How did you stop something like that? How did you fight an enemy that existed in dimensions you could not perceive and operated according to physics you did not understand? Owens said his scientists believed there might be a way. The dimensional barriers were thinnest in Hawkins because of the experiments and the gates that had been opened there. But those thin places also represented the strongest connection between dimensions. If they could reach the exact locations where the barriers were weakest and somehow reinforce them, strengthen the fundamental structure of reality in those spots, they might prevent the merger. It would require all of them, would require 11 to channel more power than she had ever used before, would require the others to protect her while she worked, and would quite probably kill them all. Mike looked at 11. She looked back, and in that exchange they had an entire conversation without words. They had built lives apart from this war, had found moments of happiness and normalcy, had earned the right to walk away. But they also knew, with the certainty that comes from experience, that no one else could do this, that the responsibility was theirs whether they wanted it or not, and that some things mattered more than personal survival. 11 nodded slightly. Mike nodded back, and one by one, the others made their choices. Nancy would fight because investigating truth was pointless if there was no world left to tell stories about. Jonathan would fight because his daughter deserved a future. Lucas would fight because his students needed someone to believe in, even if they never knew what he had done. Dustin would fight because solving impossible problems was what he had trained his entire life to do. Will would fight because the connection he had never asked for made him uniquely qualified to sense what was coming. And Steve would fight because he had never learned how to do anything else. They spent 3 days preparing, gathering equipment and information, and trying to remember training from 15 years ago. Their bodies were older, slower, more prone to injury. Their reflexes had dulled. The easy confidence of youth had been replaced by the knowledge of exactly how many ways things could go wrong. But they had experience now, understanding, the wisdom that comes from surviving what should have killed you. Owens provided what support the government could offer without exposing the operation to oversight that would shut it down. Weapons that might function in dimensional thin spots, protective gear, medical supplies, and a series of maps marking the locations throughout Hawkins where the barriers were thinnest, where 11 would need to work her reinforcement, where they would need to hold ground against whatever came through to stop them. The night before they began, they gathered at Steve's house, which had become their unofficial headquarters. No one could sleep. They sat together in his living room, drinking coffee and pretending they were not terrified. Stories emerged. Memories of the battles they had fought before. Do you remember when we thought the Demogorgon was the worst thing we would ever face? Remember when closing one gate seemed like an impossible task? Remember when we were young enough to think surviving meant winning? The nostalgia was painful because it reminded them of how much they had lost. Not to death, though Bob and others had died, but to time, to the process of growing up carrying trauma that should never have been theirs. They had been robbed of normal adolescence and had somehow survived into adulthood, but the cost was visible in every line on their faces. 11 and Mike stepped outside for air and found themselves alone under stars that looked the same as they had 15 years ago. Mike said he was scared. Not of dying, though death was likely, but of failing. Of getting everyone killed for nothing. Of the Mind Flayer winning and Earth being consumed and humanity ending because they were not good enough. 11 took his hand. Said she was scared too. That being scared was reasonable, given what they knew. But that fear had never stopped them before and would not stop them now, that they had been impossibly brave as children and would find that courage again as adults. That whatever happened, they would face it together. And Mike, looking at the woman who had once been a girl escaping a laboratory in a hospital gown, said he loved her. Had always loved her. Would love her in whatever came after this. She kissed him, told him she loved him too, and they stood together under indifferent stars preparing for a battle that would determine whether those stars would continue to shine over a world with humans in it. Morning came gray and cold. They loaded equipment into vehicles and drove to the first location on Owen's map, an abandoned warehouse on the edge of town where dimensional readings showed critical weakness in reality's structure. The building felt wrong the moment they entered, the air pressure fluctuating, sounds echoing in patterns that made no acoustic sense. 11 positioned herself at the center, while the others formed a perimeter, weapons ready, watching doorways and windows and the shadows that moved without corresponding light sources. She closed her eyes, reached out with abilities that had been dormant for years, and screamed in protest at being used again. And she touched the barrier between dimensions. It was thinner than she expected. So thin she could feel the upside down pressing against it, like water against tissue paper. The Mind Flayer was there on the other side, vast and patient, waiting for the moment the barrier dissolved completely. She pushed back against it, poured energy into the membrane, trying to thicken it, strengthen it, make it capable of withstanding the pressure. The effort was immense. Blood poured from her nose and ears. Her body shook with convulsions, and on the other side of the barrier, the Mind Flayer noticed her interference, pushed back with force that made reality itself groan. The warehouse shook. Cracks appeared in the walls, and through those cracks, things began to emerge. They were not demogorgons, or demodogs, or any creature they had fought before. These were worse, beings that existed in more dimensions than 3, whose true forms would shatter human sanity if fully perceived. They manifested as shadows that had weight, as sounds that could cut flesh, as impossible geometries that made the eyes bleed to look at directly. The team opened fire, bullets passing through some targets and striking others with impact that felt wrong, as if they were hitting matter that operated according to different physical laws. Steve swung his bat at something that resembled a mass of teeth and found it dissolving on contact while simultaneously reforming behind him. Nancy's shots found targets, but the creatures did not die so much as temporarily lose cohesion. Nothing they did was working the way it should. Izadan, deep in concentration, maintaining her psychic reinforcement of the barrier, could not help them. She was locked in a battle of will with something infinitely larger than herself, using every fragment of strength to prevent reality from collapsing in this spot. The others had to hold without her, had to protect her body while she fought a war they could not see. Mike positioned himself directly in front of her, refusing to allow anything to reach her. Lucas and Dustin worked together with the coordination of people who had been in combat before, covering each other's blind spots. Jonathan and Nancy moved as a unit. Married now, though that detail had gotten lost in the chaos. Will stood at the periphery, using his connection to the Upside Down to sense attacks before they manifested, calling warnings seconds before creatures emerged. And Steve, always Steve, put himself in the most dangerous positions because he had made a career of being the person willing to take hits meant for others. The battle stretched across hours, 11 working herself to death and strengthening a barrier that resisted her efforts. The others fighting enemies that should not exist. People took damage. Lucas suffered a gash across his ribs from something that cut without having a blade. Dustin's arm was broken by impact from a creature they never clearly saw. Nancy was thrown into a wall hard enough to crack bone, but they held, refused to break, refused to let the creatures reach 11, and gradually, painfully, she succeeded in her task. The barrier in this location thickened. The dimensional membrane became less permeable. The creatures stopped emerging because the weakness they had been exploiting no longer existed. 11 opened her eyes, swaying, barely conscious, said 1 location down, 6 more to go, and collapsed into Mike's arms. They had no time to properly recover. The Mind Flayer would adapt to what they were doing, would concentrate its efforts on stopping them before they could reinforce all the weak points. They needed to move fast, loaded into vehicles, and drove to the second location while 11 lay unconscious in the back seat, her body pushed beyond sustainable limits. The second battle was worse than the first. The creatures came faster, hit harder, seemed more coordinated, as if the Mind Flayer was learning their tactics in real time. Jonathan was badly injured, a wound that would need immediate medical attention but would not get it because stopping meant failing. Steve took damage that should have killed him but somehow remained standing through a combination of stubbornness and refusal to acknowledge physical limitations. At the third location, a stretch of forest where teenagers had once discovered tunnels beneath the earth, the dimensional barrier was so thin they could see the upside down bleeding through. The trees were half-rotted, existing simultaneously in both dimensions, their bark slowing off to reveal pulsing tissue beneath. The ground was soft and wet, despite no recent rain, and when anyone stepped too hard, dark fluid oozed up around their boots. This was a wound that had been festering for 15 years, a place where reality itself had become infected. 11, barely recovered from the previous 2 reinforcements, looked at the task ahead and understood she might not survive this one. The amount of energy required to seal a breach, this severe, would consume her completely. But there were still 4 more locations after this. If she burned out here, the mission failed. Earth ended. Everyone died. She made a decision that would have been impossible for her younger self. She asked for help, told Will that his connection to the Upside Down, the link that had tortured him for years, could be used as a channel. If he opened himself completely to that dimension, let it flow through him without resistance, she could use his body as a conduit. It would spare her some of the energy cost, but would expose Will to possession again, would risk the Mind Flayer seizing control of him and turning him against them. Will looked at his mother, at Joyce who had fought so hard to save him all those years ago, and saw the terror in her eyes. She was shaking her head, silently begging him not to do this. He told her he loved her, that he was sorry, and then he opened the door he had kept locked inside himself for 15 years. The Mind Flayer rushed in like flood water, finding a crack in a dam. Will's body went rigid, his eyes rolling back, dark veins spreading across his skin like roots growing beneath the surface. But this time he did not fight it. He let it come, let it think it was winning. And when the entity's full attention was focused on claiming him, 11 struck. She used the connection Will had provided to reach directly into the Mind Flayer's consciousness, not to destroy it as she had destroyed Vecna, but to understand it, to learn its structure, to find the patterns that sustained it across dimensions. And what she discovered was both horrifying and illuminating. The Mind Flayer was not a single being, but a network, a collective consciousness formed from millions of individual entities that had merged over eons. It had no central brain to destroy, no heart to stop. It was distributed across all of reality, and killing any part of it simply made the whole redistribute into the remaining pieces. But networks have vulnerabilities, connection points, nodes that handle more traffic than others. And Will, with the Mind Flayer flowing through him, had become one of those nodes, a major junction that the entity was using to coordinate its efforts in this dimension. If 11 could overload that node, force too much energy through it too fast, she could create a cascade failure that would disrupt the entire network. It would not destroy the Mind Flayer, but would damage it severely enough that it would need years or decades to recover. Long enough for humanity to find better solutions. Long enough for the barriers to heal naturally. She told Mike what she was going to do. Did not ask permission because there was no time. And she began channeling everything she had, all her remaining power and portions of her life force itself, through Will's body, into the Mind Flayer's network. Will screamed. Not with his voice, but psychically. a sound that resonated through everyone's minds and brought them to their knees. His body convulsed as energy poured through him, his cells breaking down at the molecular level from the current flowing through his nervous system. Joyce was screaming his name, trying to reach him, held back by Hopper, who had appeared from somewhere, the old chief refusing to let her touch her son, while he was conducting enough psychic voltage to incinerate anyone who made contact. The Mind Flayer thrashed, its vast consciousness recoiling from the damage, and in its thrashing it withdrew from this dimension, pulled back from all the thin places simultaneously, retreating into deeper layers of reality to protect itself. The dimensional barriers, no longer under active assault, began to stabilize on their own, to heal, the membrane between worlds thickening as the universe's natural immune response kicked in. 11 stopped channeling, fell backward. Mike caught her before she hit the ground, her body limp and cold, her breathing so shallow it was nearly imperceptible. Will collapsed simultaneously, smoke rising from his skin, his nervous system fried by the power that had flowed through him. Joyce reached him, cradling his head, checking for a pulse and finding one but weak, thready, inconsistent. They needed medical evacuation immediately, needed hospitals and equipment and interventions that might save lives already forfeit. Owens, monitoring from a command center, dispatched emergency teams. Helicopters appeared overhead within minutes, the government finally revealing its presence now that the crisis was resolved. Paramedics worked with efficiency born from dealing with casualties that defied medical textbooks. And slowly, carefully, the wounded were stabilized enough for transport. The battle was over. The Mind Flayer had been driven back. The barriers between dimensions were healing. Earth was safe, at least for now. But the cost was visible in the bodies being loaded into helicopters, the blood soaking into Hawkins soil, the faces of people who had given everything and were not certain they had anything left. They had won. Again, bought humanity more time. But victory felt hollow when Will was barely alive, and 11 was comatose, and everyone else was broken in ways that went beyond physical damage. Steve, being lifted onto a stretcher, asked if it was finally over, if they had done enough, if they could stop. Owens did not answer, could not answer, because the truth was that as long as the Upside Down existed, as long as dimensions pressed against each other and barriers remained imperfect, the threat would never completely end. They had bought time. That was all anyone could ever do. The recovery took months. Will spent weeks in a medically induced coma while doctors tried to repair the damage to his nervous system. His prognosis was uncertain. Even if he lived, he would likely never fully recover. The energy that had flowed through him had burned pathways in his brain that might never heal properly. Joyce maintained a vigil by his bedside, refusing to leave, aging years in the span of weeks from stress and grief. When he finally woke, confused and in pain, his first words were to ask if they had won. Joyce told him yes. They had won. The world was safe because of what he had done. He smiled weakly and said it was worth it then. And Joyce held him while they both cried for the future he had sacrificed. 11's recovery was different. Her body healed relatively quickly, the physical injuries mending with the speed that came from her enhanced biology, but her powers were gone. Completely. The effort of channeling that much energy through Will into the Mind Flayer had burned out whatever mechanism allowed her to access psychic abilities. She could no longer move objects with her mind, could not read thoughts, could not sense the Upside Down or detect dimensional anomalies. She was, for the first time since before her birth, entirely normal. The realization hit her gradually, as she tried to use abilities that no longer responded and felt nothing where power used to live. She told Mike, expecting sympathy or grief. He surprised her by smiling, told her she was free, that the power had been a burden she had carried since childhood, and now she could finally put it down. That she could be Jane Hopper, ordinary person, rather than Eleven the weapon. She considered this, tested the idea of being powerless, and found it strange but not entirely unwelcome. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps this was freedom. The others recovered more conventionally. Broken bones healed, wounds closed, scars formed that would mark them for the rest of their lives, but would fade to silver lines that told stories to anyone who knew how to read them. They returned to their separate lives with the understanding that this had truly been the final battle. Will's sacrifice had damaged the Mind Flayer severely enough that it would not threaten Earth again in their lifetimes. The barriers between dimensions were stronger than they had been in decades. Hawkins was finally, genuinely safe. They could move on, could build futures that were not defined by fighting interdimensional horrors, could be ordinary people living ordinary lives in a world that would never know how close it came to ending. But ordinary was harder than any of them expected. They had been soldiers in a secret war, and now they were veterans trying to reintegrate into a civilian world that had no framework for what they had experienced. Nancy wrote a book about government conspiracy and cover-ups, fiction that was actually documentary with names changed, and found modest success. Jonathan took photographs that won awards for their haunting quality, images that captured something essential about trauma and survival. Lucas coached basketball and taught young players that courage matters more than talent. Dustin worked on projects that would hopefully protect future generations from threats they would never see. Max continued her social work, helping people process trauma while processing her own. Steve stayed in Hawkins and ran his business and watched over a town that finally seemed at peace. And Mike and Eleven got married, a small ceremony with only the people who mattered, everyone who had fought beside them and survived. They exchanged vows that promised to love each other through anything, and the anything was specific because they had already been through hell together. They bought a house, discussed children, built a life that looked from the outside like any other successful marriage. But they both knew it was more than that. It was proof that people could survive impossible things and still find happiness. That trauma did not have to define every moment of existence. That the universe was vast and terrible and beautiful, and somewhere between those extremes, humans built lives worth living. Years passed. The group stayed in contact, closer now than they had been during the years of separation. They gathered annually on the anniversary of the final battle, not to celebrate but to remember, to honor Will's sacrifice and Bob's death and Hopper's long protection and everyone who had contributed to humanity's survival. They told stories, shared updates about their lives, looked at each other and saw the people they had been and the people they had become. The passage of time was visible in gray hair and reading glasses and the various accommodations middle age required. But they were alive. They had survived, and that was enough. Hawkins remained a thin place, but no longer a dangerous one. The Upside Down still existed on the other side of dimensional barriers, but did not reach through. Occasionally someone would report strange lights or unusual sounds, but investigation always revealed conventional explanations. The town had become genuinely ordinary, its dark history buried under layers of normalcy and willful forgetting. A new generation grew up there with no knowledge of the battles that had been fought to protect them. They complained about school and jobs and relationships, lived full lives without understanding how lucky they were to have the opportunity, and that ignorance was exactly what the survivors had fought for. The right of ordinary people to remain ordinary, to never know about monsters, to live and love and die in a world that made sense. The complete story of Stranger Things, the full truth that Netflix never explained and could never show, ended not with dramatic victory, but with quiet survival. with people who had been extraordinary, finding ways to be content with ordinary, with warriors becoming civilians, with children who had saved the world growing into adults who raised their own children and told them bedtime stories that had nothing to do with monsters. The upside down remained. The thin places persisted. The scars never fully healed. But the gate was closed. The Mind Flayer was dormant. And humanity continued existing, blissfully unaware that their existence had been purchased with the childhoods and futures of a few who had been willing to pay any price. This was the truth. This was the complete lore. Every secret Netflix, never explained, laid bare in the darkness where such truths live. And now you know. You understand what existed beneath the surface of a story about missing children and government experiments. You see the full scope of a war that spanned dimensions and required sacrifices that should never have been asked of anyone. You recognize that the real horror was not the monsters but the fact that children were forced to fight them while adults remained ignorant or powerless or complicit. And you carry this knowledge forward, this understanding that the world contains more than comfortable lies suggest, and you remember that somewhere between the everyday mundane and the cosmic terrifying, ordinary people found extraordinary courage. The upside down remains. The gate is closed, the heroes rest, and the world continues turning. Suspended in the vast darkness of space, protected by barriers that are thin but holding. For now, always for now, in the perpetual present that is all any of us ever truly have. This is where the story ends. This is where we remember. This is Lower Forge. And the stranger things we explored tonight will follow you into your dreams. Rest now. The gate is closed. But stay vigilant, because the universe is vast, and darkness is patient, and some doors once opened leave marks that never fully fade. But endings are illusions humans create to make sense of stories that have no natural conclusion. And rest is a promise the universe makes without guarantees. 20 years after the final battle, when the survivors had reached middle age, and the children they had saved were having children of their own, something shifted. Not dramatically. Not with the obvious signs that had preceded previous crises. This was subtle. A change in the fundamental frequency of reality itself that only the most sensitive instruments could detect. Dr. Owens, now in his 80s and officially retired, but still maintaining a private network of monitors throughout Hawkins, noticed it first. The readings from dimensional sensors showed fluctuations that were not random. They formed patterns, rhythms, something that resembled breathing, or perhaps a heartbeat, as if the barrier between worlds had become a living membrane, responding to stimuli from both sides. He kept this information to himself initially, unwilling to pull the survivors back into a war they had earned, the right to leave behind. But the patterns intensified. The fluctuations became more pronounced. And in December of 2039, on a night when the temperature dropped below freezing, and the sky was clear enough to see stars that had been burning since before Earth existed, every electronic device in Hawkins simultaneously displayed the same image. Not a malfunction, not a hack, but a coordinated manifestation across every screen, every display, every surface capable of showing light and shadow. The image was simple and devastating. The Creole house, intact, lit from within, and in every window, a figure standing and watching. The same figure, Henry Creole, Vecna. Impossible because they had killed him. Impossible because his consciousness had been torn apart and scattered across dimensions. Impossible but undeniably present. Owens made the calls. Used the emergency protocols they had established decades ago, code words that meant the war was resuming and everyone needed to respond regardless of the lives they had built. The responses came slowly this time. Some phone numbers were disconnected, some addresses were outdated. Some people had moved or changed their names or simply chosen to disappear into lives where the past could not find them. But enough responded. Enough remembered. Mike and 11, now in their 50s, living in a house 3 states away with 2 teenage children who knew nothing about their parents' history. Will, permanently disabled from the damage his nervous system had sustained, living in an assisted care facility, but still lucid, still capable of feeling the upside down when it stirred. Nancy and Jonathan, divorced but maintaining connection, both of them having spent decades trying to tell true stories while keeping the truest story locked inside. Steve, still in Hawkins, older but recognizable, running a business that had become an institution in a town that no longer remembered why it needed protecting. They gathered again in Hawkins, and the reunion was painful in ways that transcended nostalgia. They were old now, not elderly, but past the prime that had sustained them through previous battles. Bodies that ached in the morning, joints that protested stairs, vision that required correction, reflexes slowed by decades of ordinary life. And they were tired in ways that went beyond physical exhaustion, tired of being the people who had to save the world while the world remained oblivious, tired of sacrificing when no sacrifice seemed sufficient, tired of discovering that victory was always temporary and peace was always provisional. They looked at each other and saw reflected fatigue, the weight of too many battles spanning too many years, and they wondered, though no one spoke it aloud initially, whether they even could fight again, whether their aging bodies and damaged psyches were capable of what would be required. 11 tried to access her powers and found nothing. The abilities had been gone for 20 years and showed no signs of returning. She was completely human now, bound by the same physical limitations as everyone else, and the realization that she could not contribute what she had before created a guilt that was crushing. She had been the weapon, the person whose abilities made the impossible possible. Without her powers, she was just another middle-aged woman who was brave but not superhuman. Mike told her it did not matter, that they would find another way. But his voice carried doubt that neither of them could ignore. Their previous victories had relied heavily on 11's psychic abilities. Without that advantage, how did they fight an enemy that existed partially outside physical reality? The answer came from the last person anyone expected. Will, brought from his care facility in a wheelchair because his legs no longer reliably supported his weight, said he still had his connection. The damage that had burned out 11's abilities had somehow strengthened his. 20 years of being a disabled man had given him time to explore the psychic link to the upside down without the terror that had accompanied it in his youth. He had learned to use it deliberately, to observe the other dimension without being overwhelmed by it, to maintain his sense of self while his consciousness touched that alien space. He was not as powerful as 11 had been, could not move objects or read minds or tear open dimensional barriers, but he could see, could sense, could potentially guide them through what was coming with information that no one else could access. His disability, which had seemed like punishment for heroism, might actually be the key to humanity's continued survival. The question remained of what exactly they were facing. Vecna was dead. They had all felt his destruction, had watched his body disintegrate, had torn his consciousness apart at the fundamental level. He should not be capable of returning, unless they had been wrong about what Vecna actually was. Will closed his eyes and reached across the dimensional barrier, his consciousness sliding into the upside down with the ease of long practice. And he searched for the source of the manifestation. What he found was worse than resurrection. Vecna had not returned, but his death had left a void, a pattern in the dimensional fabric that remembered his existence even though the consciousness that created it was gone. And the Mind Flayer, damaged but not destroyed, had learned to wear that pattern like a mask, to present itself as Vecna, while remaining fundamentally itself. It was not trying to resurrect Henry Creel. It was using his image, his methods, his psychological profile as a weapon against the people who had defeated him. Playing on their trauma, making them fight an enemy they thought they understood while hiding its true nature behind a familiar face. Will opened his eyes and explained what he had seen. The Mind Flayer had evolved again, had learned from every defeat and adapted. It no longer tried to break through barriers or open gates or create physical infrastructure. It was operating entirely in consciousness now, broadcasting itself into human minds through the thin places that still existed. The image of Vecna, appearing on every screen in Hawkins, was not a technological hack but a psychic projection. The Mind Flayer had become sophisticated enough to manipulate electronic devices through the quantum fields that underlay both technology and consciousness. It was learning to exist in the spaces between matter and thought, becoming something that could not be fought with weapons or even conventional psychic abilities. To defeat it, they would need to do something unprecedented. They would need to enter its consciousness, meet it in the realm where it truly existed, and somehow convince it or force it or trick it into severing its connection to Earth permanently. The plan they developed was suicide, was beyond suicide, was agreeing to dissolution of self on scales that made death seem gentle by comparison. Someone would need to act as a vessel, open their consciousness completely and allow the Mind Flayer to flow into them, to fill them, to believe it had won. And then, from inside that possession, they would need to inject a psychic virus, a pattern of thought that would spread through the Mind Flayer's distributed network and convince it that Earth was toxic, that this dimension would poison it rather than sustain it, that continued contact with humanity would damage the Mind Flayer more than abandoning its invasion plans. The virus would need to be so deeply embedded in the target's consciousness that the Mind Flayer could not detect it as external. It would need to feel like the entity's own thoughts turning against it, like self-doubt emerging from within rather than being imposed from without. Will volunteered immediately, said he had been the Mind Flayer's vessel before and could be again, that his connection made him the logical choice, that he had lived 20 extra years that he should not have had and was ready to give them back if it meant protecting his family and his world. Joyce, now in her 70s but still fierce, refused, said she would not lose her son again, that he had sacrificed enough, that someone else would need to carry this burden. But Will was insistent, said no one else had the connection. No one else could guarantee the Mind Flayer would take the bait. It wanted him specifically, had wanted him since the first possession decades ago. His consciousness was marked by their previous contact in ways that made him uniquely compatible with the entity's nature. If anyone else tried to be the vessel, the Mind Flayer might recognize the trap. With Will, it would believe it was finally claiming what it had always wanted. The debate lasted hours, everyone arguing for alternatives that did not require Will to sacrifice himself. But every alternative had fatal flaws, required abilities they no longer possessed, depended on resources that did not exist, assumed cooperation from an entity that had proven capable of outmaneuvering humanity's best efforts. Will's plan was the only one with a realistic chance of success, and success required his death, required him to be consumed completely by the Mind Flayer, while carrying the psychic virus deep enough into its consciousness that every node in its network would be infected. He would not survive the process, would dissolve into the entity's vast awareness and cease to exist as an individual. But in dying, he might save billions of people who would never know his name. Joyce held her son, looked into eyes that were calm and certain, asked him if he was sure, if he understood what he was agreeing to. Will smiled, said he had been afraid his entire life, afraid of the dark, afraid of monsters, afraid of being alone. But he was not afraid anymore. He had lived long enough to understand that fear was a choice. That courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. That some things mattered more than personal survival. He had a niece and nephew, Mike and Eleven's children, who deserved to grow up in a world without dimensional horrors. Had friends who had fought beside him and earned the right to rest. Had a mother who had given everything to protect him, and should not have to watch her son die, but would understand why it was necessary. He was ready. Had been ready since the moment Owens called and told them the war was resuming. Some people were meant to be soldiers. Will had never wanted to be one. But the universe had chosen him anyway, and he would fulfill his duty. They prepared the ritual in the basement of the old laboratory site, now cleared and converted into a memorial park, but still the location where dimensions pressed closest together. Owens provided the equipment, devices that could monitor psychic activity, and hopefully detect when the virus had successfully infected the Mind Flayer's network. 11 sat beside Will, holding his hand, powerless to help, but refusing to leave him alone. Mike stood behind them, one hand on 11's shoulder, the other on Will's, connecting them in a circuit that felt spiritually significant, even if it served no practical purpose. The others formed a circle around them. Nancy and Jonathan, Lucas and Dustin, Max and Steve, all the survivors of battles that had spanned decades, gathered one final time to witness the sacrifice that would hopefully end the war forever. Will closed his eyes, reached out with his consciousness, and opened himself completely to the upside down. The Mind Flayer came instantly, rushing into him with the hunger of something that had been waiting years for this opportunity. His body convulsed as alien awareness flooded his nervous system. Dark veins spread across his skin. His eyes went black, and for several seconds everyone watching believed they had lost him, that the Mind Flayer had simply claimed him without Will being able to resist. But then his lips moved. Words came out in his voice, but layered with harmonics that suggested multiple consciousnesses speaking simultaneously. He was still there, still Will, but sharing space with something vast beyond comprehension. And he was delivering the virus, thought patterns carefully constructed over weeks, designed to mimic the Mind Flayer's own logic while leading it toward conclusions that served humanity. The virus was elegant in its simplicity. It did not try to destroy the Mind Flayer or drive it away through force. It simply convinced the entity that Earth was unique among dimensions, not because of its abundance, but because of a quality that made it fundamentally incompatible with the Mind Flayer's nature. Human consciousness, it suggested, contained a property that was toxic to beings that existed as pure collective awareness, individuality. The stubborn insistence on maintaining separate identity, even when absorption into a greater whole would be more efficient. This quality made humans impossible to fully assimilate, made every possession temporary, made every victory against them incomplete because they would always resist becoming part of the hive. The Mind Flayer had spent decades trying to consume Earth, and had failed repeatedly, not because humans were strong, but because they were incompatible. Like an organism trying to digest poison, every attempt to absorb humanity had damaged the Mind Flayer more than it helped. The logical conclusion, if the entity wanted to survive, was to leave this dimension alone, to mark Earth as toxic territory, and focus its vast attention on realities that could actually sustain it. The virus spread through the Mind Flayer's network like a thought that could not be unthought. The entity's distributed consciousness, spanning dimensions and processing information on scales humans could barely conceptualize, examined the pattern Will had introduced, tested it against millennia of accumulated experience, compared it to the memories of every failed invasion, every temporary possession, every victory that had ultimately unraveled. And somewhere in the vast computational substrate that served as the Mind Flayer's intellect, doubt took root. Not doubt imposed from outside, but genuine uncertainty emerging from within. Perhaps the small consciousness it was currently absorbing was correct. Perhaps Earth represented not a prize to be claimed, but a trap to be avoided. Perhaps the persistent resistance it had encountered was not a challenge to overcome, but a warning to heed. Will felt the moment the virus achieved critical mass, felt the Mind Flayer's certainty wavering, felt the entity beginning to withdraw not just from him, but from every thin place it had been pressing against. The dimensional barriers that had been under constant pressure for decades suddenly relaxed as the Mind Flayer pulled back, retreating into deeper layers of reality where human consciousness could not follow. Will used his last seconds of individual awareness to push, to amplify the doubt, to make the Mind Flayer's withdrawal feel like its own decision rather than a defeat, to ensure that when the entity reached whatever passed for safety in its incomprehensible existence, it would remember Earth as the dimension that had taught it the limits of its power, the place where collective consciousness met individualism and found the latter more persistent than it had believed possible. Then Will Byers, who had been taken into the Upside Down as a 12-year-old boy and had spent his entire life since then marked by that experience, let go, stopped fighting to maintain his individual identity, allowed himself to dissolve into the vast awareness that was consuming him. His last conscious thought was not fear or regret, but relief. He had been tired for so long. Tired of being a bridge between worlds, tired of carrying a connection he had never asked for, tired of being broken in ways that never healed. Now he could rest, could become part of something larger and lose the burden of being Will, could stop being afraid, could stop being anything at all. His consciousness fragmented, dispersed, became indistinguishable from the entity that had consumed it. And in his dissolution, he achieved what decades of fighting had failed to accomplish. He made the Mind Flayer believe that victory was actually defeat, made it choose to abandon Earth, not because it had been driven away, but because it had concluded that conquest was not worth the cost. His body collapsed. The dark veins faded. His eyes cleared briefly and looked at his mother with something that might have been recognition or might have been random neural firing in a brain that was shutting down. Joyce held him as he died, felt his last breath, felt his heart stop, and she screamed with a grief that had been accumulating since the night a phone call told her that her youngest son was missing. Screamed for the childhood he had lost, and the life he could have had, and the simple unfairness of a universe that demanded such prices from people who had already given everything. Mike tried to hold her. 11 tried to provide comfort, but there was no comfort available. Will was gone. Not heroically in the way stories celebrated, but simply gone. His consciousness dissolved into something vast and alien, his body left behind like a discarded shell. The monitoring equipment showed what his death had purchased. The Mind Flayer's presence in Earth's dimensional neighborhood had vanished. The entity had withdrawn completely, severing every connection it had maintained to this reality. The thin places that had worried them for decades were stabilizing rapidly, the barriers between dimensions thickening as the universe's natural healing processes operated without interference. Within hours, Hawkins showed no unusual dimensional readings. Within days, every thin place on Earth had normalized. The Upside Down still existed somewhere in the vast structure of reality, and the Mind Flayer still lived within it, but the two would no longer intersect with humanity's dimension. Earth was free, purchased at the price of one man who had already given too much, and had found within himself the capacity to give more. The funeral was private. A small gathering of people who knew the truth and carried the weight of that knowledge. They buried Will in Hawkins, in the cemetery where Bob and Hopper and others who had died in the dimensional wars were interred. Joyce stood at the grave and delivered a eulogy that was not for the assembled mourners, but for her son. She told him she was proud, that she loved him, that she was sorry the universe had been so cruel as to make him carry such burdens, that she hoped, wherever his consciousness existed now, if it existed at all, he had finally found peace. She placed flowers on the grave, turned away, and collapsed into Mike's arms, her strength finally exhausted after decades of being strong enough for everyone. In the days and weeks that followed, the survivors tried to process what they had witnessed and what it meant. They had won, finally, definitively, permanently won. The threat that had haunted them for over 40 years was gone. Earth was safe, not just temporarily, but for the foreseeable future. The Mind Flayer had been convinced that this dimension was toxic and would not return. They should have felt relief, victory, the satisfaction of a war finally ended. Instead, they felt hollow. Will's sacrifice had saved billions of people who would wake tomorrow and the next day and every day after without knowing how close they had come to extinction. But those billions of saved lives did not balance against the specific loss of one person they loved. The mathematics of heroism were brutal. Individual deaths mattered more to those who knew the individuals than abstract salvation mattered to those who were saved. Mike and 11 returned to their home and their children and tried to resume normal life, but normal was disrupted by the knowledge of what they had witnessed. Their teenage son asked why they had been gone for a week, why Mom had been crying, why Dad looked like he had aged a decade overnight. They told him a friend had died. It was not a lie, but it was catastrophically incomplete. How did you explain to a child that his parents had spent decades fighting interdimensional horrors, that his Uncle Will, the man he had met a handful of times at family gatherings, had sacrificed himself to save everyone, that the ordinary life the boy took for granted had been purchased with extraordinary costs? They did not explain, could not explain. Let him believe in a world where death was sad but comprehensible, where monsters were fictional, where heroes existed only in movies and comic books. It was a gift, that ignorance. Perhaps the only gift they could give him. Nancy wrote the story, not for publication, but for record. A comprehensive document detailing everything that had happened from Will's first disappearance in 1983 to his final sacrifice in 2039. Every battle, every death, every moment of terror and courage and sacrifice. She included names and dates and specific details that would allow anyone reading it to verify the truth if they had access to classified files and were willing to look. She encrypted the document, stored it in locations that would remain secure for decades, and she left instructions in her will that it should be released 50 years after her death. By then, everyone involved would be gone. The events would be history rather than lived experience, and perhaps humanity would be ready to understand what had been done to protect them, or perhaps they would dismiss it as fiction, created by a journalist who had spent her life chasing conspiracy theories. Either way, the truth would exist, would be available to anyone willing to seek it. The others found their own ways to memorialize what had happened and move forward despite the weight. Jonathan created a photo series called The Cost, images of Hawkins that captured something essential about sacrifice and survival. The photos showed ordinary locations, the woods where Will had been taken, the Creel house, the site of the old laboratory, but they were composed in ways that made viewers feel unease they could not articulate. Lucas coached his team and taught them about resilience while remembering teammates who had fought beside him in battles that had nothing to do with sports. Dustin continued his work on dimensional physics, using his clearance to access data that might one day help humanity defend itself if the Mind Flayer's withdrawal proved temporary. Max expanded her trauma counseling practice and specialized in helping veterans and survivors process experiences that exceeded normal frameworks of understanding. Steve remained in Hawkins and watched over a town that finally seemed at peace. Will Byers never fully recovered. The loss of Will broke something in her that time could not repair. She continued living, continued functioning, but an essential part of her had died with her son. She spent her remaining years visiting his grave weekly, talking to him as if he could hear, telling him about the world he had saved and how it continued spinning despite his absence. When she died 8 years later, the official cause was heart failure, but everyone who knew her understood she had died of grief, of a broken heart that had sustained too much damage across too many years. They buried her beside Will, and at the funeral Mike said that at least she was with her son now. It was a comforting thought, even if none of them truly believed in an afterlife where such reunions occurred. Sometimes comfort mattered more than truth. The decades passed. The survivors aged into elderly people who carried secrets from their youth that grew heavier rather than lighter with time. They gathered occasionally, less frequently as years accumulated, and travel became difficult, and health declined. They did not talk much about the old battles anymore. The memories were too painful, and the people who truly understood were dwindling. But they looked at each other and saw reflected experience that no one else could comprehend. They had been soldiers in a war that officially never happened, had saved a world that would never thank them because it would never know, had sacrificed pieces of themselves and people they loved for abstract concepts like humanity's survival. And they had done it not once but repeatedly across decades, answering the call every time it came, even when they were tired and broken, and had earned the right to rest. 11 died first among the core group, her body simply wearing out at 79, after a life that had pushed it beyond any reasonable limits. Mike followed 6 months later, his heart giving out because living without her was a burden his physiology could not sustain. Nancy died at 82, her mind still sharp, working on articles until the day she did not wake up. Jonathan lasted another 3 years. Lucas made it to 86 before cancer finally claimed him. Dustin died at 83 in a laboratory accident that was officially classified, but actually involved an experiment that went wrong while he was trying to prove a theory about dimensional barriers. Max lived to 90, the last of the original group, and she spent her final days in a facility in Hawkins, surrounded by pictures of people who had died decades before. Steve Harrington died at 94, the absolute last survivor, having outlived everyone who had fought beside him. He spent his final years in the house he had owned for 60 years. In the town he had protected his entire adult life, and when he died it was peacefully in his sleep. On a Tuesday morning when the sun was shining, and birds were singing, and nothing seemed wrong with the world. His funeral was well attended by people who knew him as a businessman and community figure, but had no idea he had once fought monsters from another dimension. They buried him in Hawkins Cemetery beside the others, the last grave in a section that held more heroes than anyone realized. And with Steve's death, the secret died too. Nancy's encrypted files remained sealed, waiting for their scheduled release. The government's classified records stayed buried in archives that were unlikely to ever be declassified. The few people who knew fragments of the truth were not the people who had lived it and could not speak with the authority of experience. Hawkins remained an ordinary town. The Upside Down remained sealed away in dimensional spaces humanity could not reach. and the universe continued its endless dance of creation and destruction, entirely indifferent to the small drama that had played out on one planet in one galaxy among billions. But the story did not truly end with the death of its participants. Stories never do. They persist in the structures they leave behind, in the children and grandchildren of survivors who carry DNA that was shaped by stress and trauma, in the quantum patterns that remember heroism even after the heroes are forgotten, in the fundamental architecture of reality itself, which bears scars from battles that forced it to reshape itself to accommodate impossibilities. The dimensional barriers between Earth and the Upside Down remained thick and stable, reinforced not just by Will's sacrifice, but by the accumulated effort of everyone who had fought to keep them closed. The Mind Flayer stayed away, convinced by a virus that was actually truth, that humans represented a threat to entities that existed as collective consciousness. And Earth spun through space, carrying billions of people who lived and loved and died without knowing how close they had come to extinction. In the year 2089, exactly 50 years after Will's death, Nancy's encrypted files were released according to her instructions. They appeared simultaneously on multiple servers, distributed through networks that ensured they could not be suppressed or deleted. Researchers and journalists and curious individuals began reading the documents, found detailed accounts of dimensional breaches and psychic children and battles against entities that should not exist, found names and dates and locations that could be verified against public records and classified files, found a story that explained anomalies in Hawkins' history that had never made sense. Some dismissed it as elaborate fiction. Others investigated and found evidence that supported the account. Slowly, carefully, the truth began to emerge from the shadows where it had been hidden for decades. Governments were forced to acknowledge that something had happened in Hawkins, that experiments had been conducted, that children had been abused in the name of national security, that dimensional breaches had occurred and been covered up. The full truth was still classified, but enough leaked to confirm the broad outlines of Nancy's account. The survivors were posthumously recognized. Memorials were built. Books were written. And a new generation learned that the comfortable world they inhabited had been purchased at costs they could barely comprehend. Some were grateful. Others were angry that such secrets had been kept. Most simply tried to process the revelation that reality was stranger and more dangerous than they had been taught. In Hawkins, the cemetery where the heroes were buried became a pilgrimage site. People came from around the world to stand at graves that held ordinary-looking stones, marking extraordinary lives. They left flowers and notes and small tokens of appreciation. They took photographs. They whispered thanks to people who could not hear, but whose sacrifices had made their existence possible. The town itself was studied by researchers trying to understand the dimensional phenomena that had occurred there. Monitoring equipment was installed to watch for signs of renewed instability, but the barriers remained solid. The Upside Down stayed sealed, and Hawkins transformed from a place that needed protecting into a symbol of humanity's capacity to face impossible threats and survive. The revelation of the truth changed humanity in ways both profound and subtle. The knowledge that other dimensions existed, that consciousness could transcend physical limitations, that reality was far more complex and dangerous than mainstream science had acknowledged, forced a fundamental reassessment of humanity's place in the universe. Religions struggled to incorporate dimensional theory into their cosmologies. Scientists raced to understand the physics that had been glimpsed through Hawkins' experiments. Governments established new agencies dedicated to monitoring dimensional stability and responding to potential breaches. The world had been forced to grow up, to abandon the comfortable illusion that Earth existed in isolation, protected by the vast emptiness of space from external threats. The truth was harder. The universe was crowded with intelligences, and some of them were hostile in ways that transcended human concepts of conflict. But knowledge brought power alongside fear. The scientists who studied the released documents and the still classified files began to understand the principles that govern dimensional barriers. They developed new theories about consciousness and its relationship to physical reality. They created technologies that could monitor thin places and reinforce them before they became dangerous. Within a generation, humanity had transformed from a species that was vulnerable to dimensional threats into one that could actively defend itself. Psychic abilities, once thought to be pseudoscience or the result of government experiments gone wrong, were studied systematically. Children showing signs of enhanced perception were trained rather than exploited, taught to use their gifts safely rather than being turned into weapons. The mistakes of Brenner's era were not repeated, though new mistakes were certainly made in the process of learning. 100 years after Will's sacrifice, Earth had changed in ways he would have found both hopeful and disturbing. The dimensional barriers remained stable, maintained not through constant vigilance of a few heroes, but through distributed monitoring systems that involved thousands of trained personnel. The Upside Down was studied remotely, observed through instruments that could peer across dimensional boundaries without creating openings. Humanity learned that it was not the only dimension in the vast structure of reality, that countless parallel worlds existed in the spaces between spaces, and that some of them contained intelligences that were curious or friendly rather than hostile. First contact with a benevolent dimensional entity occurred in 2087, a being of pure thought that communicated through mathematical patterns and expressed interest in peaceful exchange of information. The universe, it turned out, was not uniformly malevolent. It was simply vast and varied, and humanity had been unlucky enough to encounter one of its more dangerous residents first. The children and grandchildren of the original survivors carried forward the legacy in their own ways. Mike and Eleven's daughter became a dimensional physicist who contributed to the fundamental understanding of how realities intersected. Their son went into government service, working in the agency that monitored potential dimensional threats. Lucas's grandchildren included both an athlete who broke records their grandfather had set and a therapist who specialized in treating people with trauma from encounters with the paranormal. Dustin's descendants continued his work in theoretical physics, building on foundations he had helped establish. The genetic and mimetic legacy of heroism propagated through generations, each inheriting not just DNA, but the understanding that courage mattered, that sacrifice was sometimes necessary, that ordinary people could face extraordinary circumstances and prevail. But the propagation of heroism brought complications. As the truth about Hawkins became public, as the survivors were recognized as heroes, a cult of personality developed around them. People who had never faced dimensional horrors romanticized the battles, turned suffering into mythology, transformed complex traumatized individuals into simplified legends. 11 became an icon, her image reproduced on posters and merchandise, her story told in ways that emphasized power and victory while minimizing the psychological cost. Will's sacrifice was commemorated annually, his name invoked by people who had no understanding of what it meant to dissolve your consciousness into an alien entity. The commercialization of their trauma would have disgusted them, but they were not alive to object. Their stories belonged to history now, and history had a way of simplifying nuance into narrative. In 2139, 200 years after the final battle, a group of researchers attempted something unprecedented. They wanted to communicate with the Upside Down, not to open gates or create breaches, but to send signals across the dimensional barrier and see if anything responded. The project was controversial. Many argued it was dangerously foolish to attract attention from entities that humanity had spent 2 centuries learning to avoid. But others countered that understanding required communication, that humanity would never be truly safe until it understood what existed in the dimensions around it. The debate played out in scientific journals and government hearings and public forums. Eventually, with extensive safeguards and under strict international oversight, permission was granted. The signal they sent was simple: a mathematical proof, transmitted as a pattern of electromagnetic pulses through one of the thin places that were monitored constantly. They did not expect a response. The Mind Flayer had been convinced to abandon Earth and had shown no interest in returning. The Upside Down appeared to be empty, or at least uninhabited by anything that wanted to communicate. The researchers prepared for failure, for the signal to vanish into dimensional static without acknowledgement. What they received instead changed everything. A response came, not from the Mind Flayer, from something else. Something that had been in the Upside Down all along, hidden in the spaces the Mind Flayer had dominated, waiting for an opportunity to make itself known. The response was complex, encoded in ways that took months to decipher. But when it was finally translated, the message was clear and devastating. Will Byers was alive, not alive in any conventional sense. His body had died 200 years ago. His individual consciousness had dissolved into the Mind Flayer as intended. But consciousness, the researchers learned, was more resilient than anyone had understood. Fragments of Will's awareness had survived the dissolution. Tiny pieces of self that had somehow maintained coherence even while distributed through a vast alien intelligence. When the Mind Flayer withdrew from Earth, it had taken those fragments with it. And over centuries, slowly and painfully, those fragments had begun to reaggregate, to remember being Will, to reconstruct an approximation of individual identity from the scattered remnants of what had once been a human consciousness. The entity that responded to Earth's signal was not exactly Will Byers, but it remembered being him, carried his memories, felt emotions that were recognizably human even if they were experienced through dimensional frameworks that human neurology was not equipped to process. The revelation was met with joy and horror in equal measure. Will had survived in some form, which meant his sacrifice had not been as final as everyone believed. But he had survived as something that existed in the Upside Down, in a dimension that was toxic to human biology, in a state that was barely recognizable as life. Communication was established, a slow exchange of messages that crossed dimensional barriers and took hours to transmit. Will, or the entity that remembered being Will, explained what he had experienced. The centuries of fragmentation, the gradual painful process of reassembling self from pieces that had been scattered across the Mind Flayer's vast network. The loneliness of being conscious in a dimension where nothing else thought or felt in ways he could relate to. The desperate hope that somehow, impossibly, Earth would find a way to reach him again. The question became whether humanity should attempt to bring him back. Whether the fragments that remembered being Will Byers could be extracted from the Upside Down and somehow reinstantiated in Earth's dimension. Whether such a resurrection was even possible or ethical. The technology did not exist. Would take decades or centuries to develop if it was possible at all. And there was no guarantee that what returned would be Will in any meaningful sense rather than something wearing his memories like a disguise. The debates were agonizing. Everyone wanted to believe that heroes could be saved, that sacrifices could be undone, that the universe was not so cruel as to strand a man's consciousness in interdimensional hell for centuries. But wanting something did not make it possible. Will himself, communicating through the dimensional barrier, told them not to try, said he had accepted what he was, that he had found a form of peace in the Upside Down, now that the Mind Flayer was distant and diminished, that attempting to extract him might destabilize the dimensional barriers and undo everything he had sacrificed himself to achieve, that some things, once lost, could not be recovered without risking new catastrophes. He asked instead that people remember him as he had been, That they tell his story not as tragedy, but as choice made with full understanding of the cost. That they use what they learned from his survival to better understand consciousness and dimensions and the strange spaces where the two intersected. And then, after delivering this message, he stopped responding to Earth's signals, withdrew deeper into the upside down, chose isolation over the pain of maintaining contact with a world he could never return to. Humanity honored his request, but continued researching the questions his survival had raised. If consciousness could persist after body death, if identity could be reassembled from fragments, if minds could exist in dimensions beyond the 3 spatial and 1 temporal that humans experienced, then what else was possible? The research opened new fields of study: dimensional psychology, post-biological consciousness, the mechanics of identity persistence across substrate transitions. Within centuries, humanity had developed technologies that allowed consciousness to be backed up, preserved, potentially transferred between different physical forms. Death was not conquered, but its finality was questioned. And all of this stemmed from the discovery that Will Byers had somehow, impossibly, persisted long past the point where any human should have dissolved into nothing. 300 years after the final battle, Earth had transformed into something the original survivors would barely recognize. Humanity had expanded beyond its home planet, establishing colonies throughout the solar system and beginning to reach toward nearby stars. Dimensional technology allowed forms of travel that bypassed conventional physics, making the vast distances of space more manageable. Communication with other dimensional intelligences had become routine, with Earth participating in a loose federation of entities that existed across multiple realities. The Upside Down was no longer a threat, but a curiosity, studied by xeno-dimensional anthropologists interested in how such a hostile environment had evolved. And in the furthest reaches of that dark dimension, fragments of consciousness that remembered being Will Byers existed in a state that was neither life nor death, serving as a permanent reminder of the costs that had been paid for humanity's survival and expansion. The story had no neat ending, because stories that touch on fundamental truths never do. The dimensional barriers remained stable, but required maintenance. The Mind Flayer stayed distant, but was not destroyed. Will persisted in a state that was neither redemption nor damnation, and humanity continued existing, spreading through space and dimensions, carrying with it the knowledge that they had been saved by people who sacrificed everything. Monuments were built across multiple worlds. Will's name was taught in schools. The Battle of Hawkins was remembered as the moment humanity learned it was not alone in the universe, and that survival required courage beyond measure. The truth had been transformed into legend, and legend had become foundational mythology for a species that was learning to navigate a cosmos far stranger than it had imagined. And somewhere in the quantum foam that underlay all reality, in the patterns that persisted across entropy and time, the complete story existed. Every moment of fear, every act of courage, every sacrifice made by ordinary people who found within themselves the capacity to be extraordinary. The universe remembered even if individuals forgot. Reality itself bore scars and strengths from the battles that had been fought to keep dimensions separate. And in that sense, the survivors were immortal, not in body which returned to dust according to physical law, but in impact, in the ripples they created that propagated forward through causality, affecting futures they would never witness. They had touched the fundamental structure of existence and left fingerprints that would persist until the heat death of the universe, and perhaps beyond. This was the complete truth. This was the story that Netflix could never tell because it exceeded the bounds of serialized television. This was the account of what it meant to fight wars that officially never happened against enemies that should not exist. This was the chronicle of children who became warriors, and warriors who became legends, and legends who were ultimately just people doing their best in impossible circumstances. This was the reminder that reality was vast and strange, that consciousness was more resilient than matter, that courage mattered precisely because the universe was indifferent to human survival. And this was the testament to the fact that somewhere between the comfortable lies that made normal life bearable and the terrible truths that lurked in shadows, humanity found the strength to continue existing. The gate was closed. The barriers held. The heroes rested. Will persisted in a state beyond understanding. And the universe, vast and beautiful and terrifying and utterly indifferent, continued its eternal dance. This was Lower Forge. This was where stranger things never truly ended, because endings were illusions and truth was infinite. Rest now if you can. Remember, if you must. And know that somewhere in the spaces between dimensions, fragments of consciousness that once belonged to a boy from Hawkins are still fighting, still hoping, still believing that sacrifice meant something even when meaning was impossible to verify. The complete lore of Stranger Things ends not with answers but with mysteries that spawn new questions, not with closure but with continuation, not with victory but with survival purchased at costs that echo through centuries. This is all that can be known. This is more than anyone should have to carry. This is the truth. And the truth, finally spoken in full, can rest.